hallway here.
Yeah. Starting another I don't have my reading plans. Sorry.
Just in case.
Get in there.
I'll bring that down.
Oh, yeah, no, I know, but we'll bring the other stuff. You in the car.
Wait for the board here.
I'm dropping everything. Okay.
I'll take one of those now. I'll find out. I'll use it in there. Thank you. Thank you.
It is 6:00. I call this Board of Trustees May 18th meeting to order. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a public hearing today.
Can everybody turn their mics on, please?
To the proposed local law number 3 of 2026, amend section 44, voting to consider changes to the fine in for no wake zone violations and the addition of a no wakeboard boat policy. That public hearing will open at 6:30. We have received some written correspondence relative to that. And if you want to speak to that, we ask that you wait till we open our public hearing. But at this time, we will open the floor for public comment on any other issue. Yes. And please, yes, just come to the mic, say your name and address. Thank you.
Hello, Peg Odell, 6 Maple Street in Cooperstown. I'm here as a village resident and also a representative of CO 2000, which for 35 years has run the Cooperstown Farmers Market. We're concerned about the New York Forward project that is slated to begin in September. September and October are the height of harvest season and among the busiest times of the year. In addition to the year-round Saturday market, we operate the Tuesday market 12 to 4 p.m. in September. And 48 local small farmers and small businesses rely on the market for their livelihood. We knew the New York Forward grant was coming and signed on to endorse the project. However, never during this time was it mentioned that maybe access to the farmers market would not be possible during construction. And we don't know how long that might be, or one solution might be installing steel plates over the open holes. That would be a necessary and essential for the Saturday markets and the Tuesday markets in September for the safety of our customers and vendors and the viability of the market. Our local farmers and vendors have already planned for the season, buying seeds, planting crops, scheduling slaughterhouse days, creating product and buying supplies. We have a full schedule through the summer and fall with 5 vendor tent spaces outside the market and 28 vendor spaces inside the market building. And we're already scheduled through April of 2027 for the market at capacity through December of 2026. We estimate that each customer spends about $50 at the market. And September and October, we can have 1,200 people each week. So that's a loss of $60,000 each week. We also serve customers who shop with SNAP and who receive vouchers from the Cooperstown food pantry, and they rely on the fresh local food they can get at the market. From a marketing perspective, it also hurts us if we receive a New York State Farmers Market Resiliency Grant. We're making a significant investment in outreach through August 2026, and it will diminish the impact of these grant dollars as soon as the enhanced outreach ends. Our market is forced to operate in subpar conditions. I know many of you are customers, and all of you are customers, thank you. And we just ask that you don't imperil this important and vital community resource. We're in favor of improving the alley, but not if it means hurting the small farmers and small businesses that make up the market at the height of the harvest season. And not if it leaves our customers without easy and ready access to local foods and locally made goods. If the steel plates aren't an option, we could work with a spring 2027 date. So it would be in our farmers and vendors have time to plan and make alternative arrangements and not be forced to have 2026 without a harvest season. We and the markets, farmers, bakers, makers, growers, and artisans will be at the public meeting on June 3rd. We'll encourage our customers and supporters to attend as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Faye. And I will just reiterate that we are having the contractor who's handling our New York Forward projects make a public presentation, which everybody can come to, ask these questions, express the concerns that you might have. That's June 3rd in the ballroom upstairs from 5 to 7. I do know that we have already emphasized that a great deal with Passero, the one who was awarded the contract for the design work. And we have already gone to bid. Have we? No, we have yet to go to bid next month. We're going to be going to bid on this project, and we are looking at a fall start date. So probably switching it all to a spring isn't possible, but I know that 100% we will be working with all the business owners along there. We recognize that it is a concern, and some have already, approached us and said, I'd be glad to have lights on my building if you get rid of the utility pole. So we're hearing it all, and that will be a great avenue to make sure that our contractor also.
Ask a clarifying question. Do we know if the site will not be an active construction site on Saturdays during this period, or do they plan to?
I would assume they wouldn't be working on a Saturday anyway. But again, we will get all this clarification. Yeah, and that could even go in the bid contract.
Right, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Saying there's a combination.
Richard?
Pat, I appreciate that you came up with 2 alternative suggestions. So infrequently do people come in here saying they don't want something without suggesting maybe how to get things done. I had a thought, I hadn't heard about this before. Is there any possibility of working with the Fenimore Farm to move the farmer's market for a few weeks? I mean, I think it would be an ideal situation for Fenimore Farm and it probably could be worked out. So has anybody explored this?
Well, I know that the Louis C. Jones Center is is often rented out for weddings during that time. It's an income generator for the museum.
But we don't know that it is. Well, maybe, but we don't know that it is.
And it's their space right now.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what
but
you
unless you explore it, you just really don't know, do you? All right.
Public comment? Yes. Thank you.
My name is Julia Greenberg, 159 Hagley Road in town of Otsego. I wanted to bring this traffic safety concern, to your attention, here in the village. I was recently rear-ended, because to make a very long story short, the very impatient person 2 cars behind me did not realize that I was pausing for a pedestrian to cross the street. And nobody got hurt. But ever since that, I've become very aware, I've been noticing that the crosswalks in town are, so many of them are completely faded away. This was at the corner of, Chestnut and Glen, but, at school, at the corner of Susquehanna and Walnut and so forth. And a bright white crosswalk is just this visual signal to everybody to slow down. It could save lives. And it seems like prioritizing the painting of crosswalks would be a fairly inexpensive, way to improve safety for everybody in the village.
Thank you. I will say that that is a priority with us. It is very time consuming and it has to be done every single year. You know, it was done last year and as you say, they're faded already. So the crew will be progressing to do that work. We also need to get our pedestrian crossing signs. They get annihilated by vehicles, so we always have to replace them every year. But it's really important to have those signs in place as well.
I will say that it needs to be 50 degrees in the morning for us to paint, and while we're all sitting here now sweltering, we have not consistently had this type of weather, so there is always this moment just about now where it seems like we should have done it, but it really hasn't yet been warm enough to do it.
And just one little addendum to, it also occurred to me that intersection of Grove Street and Glen Avenue, where there have been several accidents, and now there are big signs saying, this is a stop. I really think that the visual signal of a white crosswalk right there would help people recognize that this is an intersection and you need to.
We haven't been painting that, but the sidewalk isn't complete across.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's ever been painted, but I thought, oh, that could actually get somebody watching that to recognize what it is.
I'm curious, when you said if this impatient person, you mean they just didn't see you stop or slow down, or if they were somewhat intentional with this?
Making a left onto Glen Avenue to go up toward Fly Creek. And I had my signal on. I was waiting for a pedestrian to cross, Glen. So they were on my left and they were going fairly slowly. Somebody 2 cars behind me, once they had the pedestrian had crossed, I began to make my turn. And somebody 2 cars behind me in a tremendous hurry, pulled out and passed 2 of us on my left-hand side. So I stopped my car in order not to get T-boned, and the car behind me, then hit me. So it was a series of events, a domino, and the cop, checked the cameras at the pizzeria and the bank and said that they saw this happening, but they couldn't get the plate on the person. But if they had gotten the plate, and everybody testified that they were going very fast. And so they would be at their house arresting them.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, police response.
As to that, we do have that license plate camera on the beepers and ongoing recording device that we might have picked up.
No. My
It's
please.
a county, it's a county spot.
Yes, sir. Joe, hi. So the camera you're referring to, those have been discontinued. by the county, so they are off. Yep, and that was from the project between the district attorney and that, and it's got. I don't know why, but it is not in use, we've inquired, so no longer. Yep.
I would concur with Julie though, because I walk my dog around the village a lot. And I would say 50% of the cars at best stop if you put your toes out into the crosswalk. And one time, so I'm very aware of that, I stopped at that corner of West Beaver, Chestnut, for someone crossing. And someone started to pass me. I was like, what? So to that area, I know, Jess says, they seem to stop pretty well. And I said, put a decoy police car. Stop, they're not stopping otherwise. All right, thank you. Any others?
Good evening, I'm Mary McKay, 42 Delaware Street. And I am here for some help from you guys. I have a very large, old maple tree growing on my apron lawn, flanking my driveway. In over the 15 years I've lived here, the upheave from the root system of this old tree has become so significant. It has destroyed my driveway. My two vehicles scrape the undercarriage every time I enter and exit the driveway. And I'm in desperate need of excavating the entire thing, leveling the whole thing and starting from scratch. I've worked with the village in the past. I sent a letter to you guys recently about this for photos included. I've worked with you guys in the past and graciously sent to the tree committee, but they deemed the tree as spotted and healthy. I turned to my legal counsel who said, don't you dare do anything without talking to the village's legal counsel in case any damage to the tree from excavation makes you liable for any damage that's caused. And so my lawyer and your lawyer concur that the liability would be on me if I were to excavate my driveway and cause damage to this tree. What do I do?
I will say that this, your letter is in the board packet along with all your photographs. It was discussed at Streets Committee, and, you know, a possible solution was recommended. So during the course of our meeting, when we get to the streets reports, that will be reviewed and hopefully something, approved for that.
Is that tonight?
Yes.
What time is that at?
Well, we have a public hearing that could be kind of lengthy tonight, so I can't guarantee it, but you know, all our meetings are recorded and live streamed to YouTube. So you're welcome to sit on your couch comfortably tonight and watch the progression. I'm sorry.
A solution was proposed.
Well, the possibility is been suggested in there, so the board will discuss it. I don't know what they'll agree to tonight.
It's a different committee than we have.
Excuse me?
It's a different committee.
No, it's these board of trustees, but it's in their packet tonight. I can't tell you how all seven of us will vote.
I just, oh, I see. So the vote is tonight.
The vote, we will vote.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. Is there anything else? Yes.
Did somebody look at the entrance of Woodland Shores?
Oh, wait, are you going to be
Oh, I'm
speaking about the wakeboard
Yeah.
law? No, okay.
All right off, south Woodland Shores. Where, Woodside Hall driveway is, I don't know if you can cut some of the greenery back. But people just come so fast. I feel like I'm taking my life in my hands every time I pull out. But you can only see so far. So
The entrance that is closer to the village, that's the one you're speaking.
thank you. Pat Kennedy, 10 Chestnut Street, which is Chestnut Crossing. A tree that is in the right of way that belongs to the village dropped a very large branch on our car last winter. And finally, you guys came and cut off some of the other dead branches.
but there's a giant pile of the branches and logs that were left by the cleaning crew. So they usually come to take it away or what? They've been there for 2 months.
Was it on Chestnut, the pile is still?
It's in the parking lot area in back of Chestnut Crossings, right where the old fire hydrant is, that's been discontinued. It fell off the tree onto our car in the parking lot in back. And, Mitch eventually sent somebody to take some of the branches off the tree, not take the tree down. It's about 80 feet high. And so there's still a lot of dead branches up there, but left logs that are like this, a big pile of them. I don't know.
We will
Yeah,
definitely look into that.
probably not a good idea once we start snow plowing.
Thank you, Pat. Any other public comment? Yeah, okay.
If I could just have a short comment. I go down to Engle Street, the farmer's market doesn't want to move at all. And it's that quick. Yeah.
Are there any other public comments other than for our public hearing, which we will be opening in about 14 minutes? All right, I will close the public comment. Correspondence, and I believe all the correspondence we had was relative to the public hearing. So that will be shared that. That's correct, right, John?
Yes.
It was just this 3 years. Let's move into the permits. One, request from First Baptist Church, Pastor Mike Coles, was a freestanding sign on the triangle of village property at the intersection of Elm Street and Chestnut Street, directing people to park in the church lot during the Hall of Fame Classic on 5/23 and the Hall of Fame induction on 7/24, 7/27. Is there a recommendation?
I move in favor.
Moved by Richard, second by Joe, all in favor?
Aye.
Two requests. Oh, Cindy's in the stage. Well, I can go back, Cindy, I saw that, I don't have to do it then. Request from Jeff O'Hanley, OCCA, to set up spotted butterfly, lanternfly traps in the village, one on the maple tree on the corner of Fair and Main, and one in the blue trolley lot from the first week of June until the first frost. This was previously, last summer, past couple of years, been on, our front lawn. So motion by Molly to approve, seconded by Audrey, all in favor?
Aye.
3, request from Becky Gill, Gunner Glass Opera, street signage for festival. And this was referred to the CEO.
And I think it's going to planning tomorrow, so I guess.
That'll be at planning,
Yeah,
if you want to follow up on that. It did mention the dreaded word sandwich board. I believe it's
We should discuss it, because presumably the planning board will say you can't have a sandwich board, and then their other suggestion was putting a sign on our street sign. This is an area that's designated as a public
Business.
transportation stop, so that might be a better solution. And other stuff about it.
So another thought I had there was, banners. That can be put out,
We don't allow banners.
yeah, we do on the banner poles.
But not all summer.
No, but that can be periodically,
Th-
that's the best
This
advertising.
is for every opera.
Right. So if they wanted to accommodate themselves to noticing their operas, they could do that for a limited time.
No,
That's not what they want to do.
They want people to be aware they can get on the trolley.
They do have a banner for the opera itself. This is for trolley purposes.
Oh, that was, that was,
Yeah, we are working with other stocking trolley to provide direct transportation.
Yeah, they haven't done that in a number of years. I think let's let it go now to our zoning boards. Because the first opera isn't until July, so we would certainly have time in June potentially to assist them with a solution. Back to that. Moving on, for request from Jay Smith, sports and travel tours to Bend in Doubleday Field parking lot
the sidewalk on the bank sides of the driveway, and he had quite a letter in there. Is there any
I thought this made perfect sense on induction weekend when the road is closed. I was more concerned about Memorial Day weekend when there is still foot traffic and vehicular traffic navigating that area.
Right, that's what I was sort of feeling was that we had two different things. Remember, for Memorial Day, our Main Street's wide open, the trolleys are running. It was noted that in the past, you know, we kind of moved everybody off the Main Street, sort of in front of Doubleday for two reasons. It began to look very carnivalesque, but also our trolley pickups there. The trolley, and so they have been accommodated in Doubleday Field previously, so we could always change that. The lemonade business that he cited that caused the issue, we moved, they are in there, they have been happy in Doubleday and not on Main Street. Interestingly, he said that's because where the trolley is, but as we all know, we've changed the location of the trolley pickup from the west side of Doubleday entrance to the east. So if that would be in direct line with the Key Bay sidewalk. So I think we should think about these two as two different things. Is there a thought for then Memorial Day? Memorial Weekend? Which is this weekend, Saturday.
I'm concerned about Memorial Day weekend. Having it in the.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume that there's space within the parking lot and I realize
There is.
that's not his first choice, but.
Yeah, okay, is that the sense there? All right, so that's the sense for Memorial. Let's talk about induction, where we do close our Main Street.
I'm fine with reduction, we guys get the street.
You have, then everybody would be, then Lemon business would have to move out there. You can't do for one and not the other. And it got to the point with all the facades of some of these stands that you could barely, see the entrance to Doubleday. I think we need to also think about our public, but if it's the consensus, we should allow vending directly in front of Doubleday.
So are those sites in front of the wing walls, no restored wing walls? And you're saying they'll be,
That is where we had allowed the lemon business and this business, but it just got so incredibly congested, particularly with the,
so are you saying that when they were there, they were extremely view at Doubleday Field? Or is something else?
no, it sort of was, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand that, which is a reason not to block the comment.
And I certainly understand this. It occurred to me, I mean, they have a very close relationship to a business on our Main Street. That business on the Main Street could allow them to vend in front of it.
I mean, I do think that if I recall correctly, that the lemonade business was there and causing issues with the trolley when the street was open. When the street is closed, there will not be any trolley traffic anywhere on Main Street because the street is closed.
That's true, But we have, I looked at the list of, because this is a particular request, so it's coming to us. We don't see all these requests. We have authorized the village to approve these permits. So I looked at the list. There's a lot of people in that area of Doubleday. So how are we selecting two of them to get the print 5 spots? I think it's something we have to sort of think about, Sarah.
Well, I'm also unclear as to how much space each of them need and how that affects the entrance. From Main Street.
They should be, you can, wide open for the conversation, anything over the time.
I believe. Isn't he asking to do it on the? I thought he referenced sidewalk here.
Yeah, on the sidewalk on the bank side of the driveway.
Mhm. Yeah,
I guess I'm just not sure of the dimension of the space.
they have been there in the past, and as I say, for about the past 2 years or so, they have been inside double day. Mhm. All of them were, and the front facade, of double day was not,
Clearly visible.
yeah. Because again, how do you, there were about 10 permits already given. How do you say, oh, by the way, you can have that one, right? And they do have that option to go in front of a business that they support.
Yeah.
You think about it.
I think the sidewalk is closed in front of the hall itself.
In front of their store too. Yeah. It wasn't in the past, of course, the store wasn't open.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, we've decided for memorial, and certainly that's coming up, so that is set, we made that decision, maybe we need a little more information for induction. See if there's any other possibilities, how's that?
We have to know how much space they're really talking about, and what is their footprint. And then we could determine if there's still ADA compatible accessibility around them, because that could certainly be a factor.
Again, it's anything that's there, I worry that we've now selected 2 businesses to.
Yeah.
Out of the ones who've already been approved of their permits. That's something we need to think about.
So they say they're representing the county direct marketing or operations, so perhaps is there county property at the street? They could sell it. Okay.
That would be advantageous for them.
Well, it's that.
All right,
Why can't you say that for the whole thing? The whole thing, partners.
so that's
And the sidewalk is closed in front of the hall.
in front of the Hall of Fame it is, we're unclear if it's closed in front of the new store.
Okay.
All right, let's, down the next permit request, I think it could be a little lengthy too, because it's, pertains to the trademark. So, I'm going to stop there. And open the public hearing. I'm not going to read all the public hearing regs unless we start to get them early, and then I will stop everything and remind everyone of proper courtesy. But rather than do that, I will now open the public hearing for proposed local law number 3 of 2026, amending section 44 voting to consider changes to the fine for no wake zone violations and the addition of a no wakeboard vote policy. I will at this point, I'm not going to read the emails that we received, but we received 3 emails pertaining to proposed local law number 3 of 2026. An email from Adam Pencil, General Manager of Votes by George in Lake George, New York. An email from John Alessandro, VP of Government Relations for Water Sports Industry Association. An email from Serena Martin regarding concerns with wakeboard vote policy. So those are publicly available and will be part of the record of this public meeting. So at this time, I will open the floor to public comment about the proposed local law. And please come forward and state your name and address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peter Podolsky, 37 Maple Road, Cooperstown. I want to speak in favor of the law, post law, and the image that I got in my mind when I thought about this law was if my neighbors and visitors to the village took their rototillers to Pioneer Park and started tearing up Pioneer Park, we would expect our village to protect Pioneer Park. And this seems to me exactly the same situation. The only thing that's different is the damage is not immediately and widely visible, but it's at least as serious. And I would not be moved if the people with their rototillers said it was a lot of fun to tear up Pioneer Park. But thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Next.
Well, I'll go next. I'm Kennedy. I live at 10 Chestnut Street in Tree Village. I'm also on the town board of the town of Otsego, and I'm the deputy supervisor. Last week, I was one of the people who went to New York State Federation of Lake Associations annual conference. I go there regularly, and at that time, some of the other people in the audience were there too. There's a lot of discussion over the state, especially on Canada Islands, but all over the state about what to do about these particular kinds of boats. And I see that you have in your ordinance some details about them, but I'm going to tell you that we are also, as many of you know, considering a similar set of ordinances. We divided ours out into two. One is the raising the fine for speeding in the no wake zone, $50 to $250, which is a separate issue from the wakeboard boat type issue. The first one's probably a lot less complicated once we have better enforcement on the lake. The second one is fairly complicated, as many of the speakers at this conference discussed. There's all different size lakes, both in our state and in others. There's been a lot of litigation already. Martin may have looked some of it up. Connecticut, there's been a lot of lawsuits going on from individual lakes, from the state itself, from their Department of Environmental Conservation, DEC in Connecticut, in support of this kind of limitation. But not all the boats are the same. They have different kinds of ballast systems. They use them or don't use them. They're weighted differently. And so when we say thou shalt not use wakeboard on the lake, wakeboard boat on the lake, or surf, or whatever we're going to call it, I think we're going to have to get into some more distinctions about precisely what it is that we're saying you can't do. Can they put the boat on the lake if they don't open the ballast at all and they just use it to motor around normally? Is that okay? And I was up at Springfield when they were talking about that very thing. Some of their residents who happen to own some of these boats have proposed such a thing. In other lakes, they've done analysis of the lake and created a section of the lake where it wouldn't be quite so damaging to the underlying surface as long as the ballast tank don't. So there's a number of things that are, I think, more complicated than any of our laws have come up with. Our town is going to have a public hearing on July 8th, where we're going to be taking a lot of testimony to put into the record, and then we'll probably be tabling the public hearing because the whereases of why we're doing it, I think, are going to need a lot more than we came up with initially. And I think we're going to have to tweak the law itself to be clear about what we're banning. So that's my 2 cents or 20 cents.
So everybody knows, as you came in, there is a copy of the proposed law out there. Specifically, what we're regulating is less, shall I say, the boat than the actions of the boat. And that is exactly where it talks about the 12-inch. It shall be illegal for any person to operate a wakeboard boat that creates a wave exceeding 12 inches from trough to crest on Otsego Lake within the jurisdiction of the village of Cooperstown.
It's 15.
So we're not so much regulating the boat as the weight dues by the boat.
So that gets into another question. We had, someone come to talk to our, highway department and also to the watershed supervisory committee about things like policing this sort of thing on the lake. So I asked you how you're gonna measure 12 inches of weight. You know, it's one thing to put the car parked out there or the boat parked out there that says sheriff to slow people down. It's another thing to say your weight was 13 inches or 15 inches from, what are we gonna use to measure that exactly?
The enforcement, I will say, is a whole different issue, and I will point out that for 35 years, the village has had a weight zone law. I don't think anyone has ever been ticketed under that. They have. And have they paid it in the town of Otsego or town of Middlefield?
Yes, I asked about being ticketed, not recently, but it has. So, yeah. So the weight zone,
Obviously,
that's 5 miles an hour though, that's not 12 minutes.
correct.
Right, it's regulated by speed.
Yeah. And maybe when you shoot, I don't know, maybe Jesse can tell us when he, if he shoots the thing that he does to tell us how fast somebody's going, he can tell that about a boat, if it's going faster than.
Well, I've yet to, a great, wonderful question. I've yet to do maritime and the navigational enforcement yet. But I'm sure there could be training done to educate the officers on the estimation. We do current estimations presently that we can testify in court, so I'm sure we can have scientific.
I had my book going faster than 5 miles an hour and they would be. But at any rate, if we're having a public hearing on July 8th, where we'll be taking a bunch of information. I suggest. Richard, did you have?
Yeah, I had a question for you. So, is there any damage, is there any difference in the damage done to the lake or the lake shore by a wake of 12 inches created by a wakeboard boat or by any other boat?
The damage to.
Yes, you should.
Well, we've got a bunch of scientists sitting here in the office, so they're probably the better people to answer. I saw several different sets of data about what causes the problem. The problem near the shore or in certain levels of water, and there's argument about, is it 20 feet, is it 30 feet, is it 50 feet deep? And all that can make a difference about how much silt you have on the bottom of your lake. It's not like one size fits all. So the 12 inches is merely an indicator on the top of what's going on down below. Because what's going on down below is turning everything up, which is one of the things that drives the food for the habs to the top of the surface. That's one of the things that eats away at our shoreline. So the 12 inches is just an indicator. It's not the reason.
What I'm saying is.
Or one of my scientist friends.
What I'm asking is, and this very simple question that you may not have the answer for. Is a wake of 12 inches created by a boat different, damage from that wake at the same given point, different depending on the type of boat that's made?
I don't know, because it depends on what's happening underneath more.
Thank you, Con.
Can I just provide?
Yes.
Certainly it is complicated, but from the literature specifically on this topic.
Jake,
Yeah, sorry.
sorry, just so people, listening from home,
Okay.
you know.
No problem. So Jacob Flett, from Middlefield, watershed coordinator across the lake. So the answer is yes, but again, it's all complicated by the way that you're operating the boat and the question, that you're looking at. But yes, but like Pat said, the wave height isn't necessarily the primary concern, it's the overall power of the wave that's generated in the lake. And they've studied that, and it's not just the height of the wave that occurs, but it's also that it has more force and it travels more distance.
Thank you,
Thank
Jack.
you, Jared.
Thank you.
No longer 60 would be Cooperstown. I'm concerned with people, first of all, we do not have a routine sheriff control on Liz at the current time. And I worry about enforcement of this. I've seen kayaks out there, threatened, I would say threatened with challenged by folks going by with rather large boats. I have a large boat, it goes a large weight at speed. And I would be very interested to know how we're gonna mark off the 1,500 feet, because I'm not sure I can judge that. The no wake zone is clearly marked with the white buoys, and we respect that very much. Operating even below 5 knots an hour. But those are my two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Hi, I'm Aviva Schneider, 8 Walnut Street, Cooperstown. And I wrote this down, so I'll just read it if I may. I'm writing to express my support for the proposed amendment to the village law prohibiting large wakes from wake boats on Otsego Lake within the village's jurisdiction. Although I was unable to attend the Board of Trustees meeting on April 27th, 2026, at which this proposal was discussed, I did watch the recording posted on the village website. I greatly appreciate the care and thoughtfulness that went into drafting the language of the proposed law. In particular, I appreciate the emphasis on ensuring that the law broadly protects all areas within the village's jurisdiction, as well as the effort to maximize the ability of various law enforcement agencies to effectively enforce it. Protecting the health of Otsego Lake, both as a natural resource and as our community's water supply, is vitally important. I am deeply grateful for the work of the Watershed Committee and for the village board's willingness to carefully study and implement its findings. Thank you for your continued service and stewardship of our community. With gratitude, Aviva Schneider.
Thank you, Aviva.
Did you want?
I'll hand it to Jenna.
Thank you.
Probably about different address, Cooperstown Marine, because I have a renter on my marina on my dock. So has this passed yet so that I can contact this person? And in the meantime, ask him not to fill the boat, ballast of the boat up, because I'm sure he'll cooperate.
This is being considered, that's the public hearing tonight, and there may be a vote, or we may leave the public hearing open, I can't tell you, so at this point, there is no.
Okay, but I do want to inform him about it. Okay.
Thanks. I'll go very far on the single lake watershed supervisory committee representing the town of Springfield. And just to emphasize something that Jake said, the physics of waves is very complicated. An example of this is that you can see tsunamis go through the ocean, and people who are out there barely know that they went by. And the destructive part of it doesn't happen until it gets to where there's a solid bottom, and all that energy is pushing back up. And it can be an enormous effect, but it depends on where you want to measure it and the speed that it's traveling. So this is not a simple thing about going out with a ruler and seeing, what it is. The other thing that I did want to mention is that this also has an effect on the wildlife in our lake. And one of the birds that's in the lake that we see from time to time, they're not very often, and there aren't very many loons on the lake, but they reproduce and they nest right on the shoreline And that relatively small waves can, wash off the nest and the, egg will then die. And they only produce one or at most two a year, so loons don't reproduce with any speed. And I think that their spawning season is relatively early. It's usually due by the end of June. But the young ones that really can't swim yet live for another month until they're free to be handling things on through July. And so they're at risk for what happens that these waves can travel quite a long way and they don't do the damage until they get right at the shore. And that's the problem with trying to judge how much is going on. And I think that it's one other consideration for the protection of the lake and the water. The other is, of course, stirring up sediments that they do halves and something that we're all concerned about, which is something that I've come to learn over the study the last couple of months, is that we don't necessarily see the halves appear within even 1 day or 2 days, but maybe 3 days later. And so putting these things together where somebody may have been stirring up or something, the weather, what have you, has been stirring up nutrients in the bottom, we may not connect to what happened a couple of days before unless we're really paying attention to it. So I think there's a lot of things that we don't know quite just turn things loose at this point. And I think it still needs a lot of attention and discussion by the people and all more about it. Thank you.
Bill, question for you.
Yeah.
One, you said a lot more attention, but my understanding is pretty much every time there's controversy, somebody says a lot more attention before something is done. My God, AI can keep a lot more attention. So the question I bring to you is, do you have a recommendation? What would you do if you were in charge?
My recommendation would be that you would want to have at least a bottom of 25 to 30 feet underneath the hook that you were gonna allow to be working out there. And the other than that, I don't know that I have a clear recommendation. The timing of the time of year, I think, usually is something that we can pay attention to for the wildlife. And the other thing that we have to deal with somewhere along the line is how we're going to enforce it, which is another issue. But I think that's separate from the concept of what we want to do to preserve the water and the quality of the water.
Do you have a
That's
question?
just an informative question. This is a request for help from everybody who's going to speak to the scientists, the lay people. We have been thinking, as you know, Doctor, we've been thinking about this for a long time in the Watershed Supervisory Committee. And after a lot of deliberation, we've come up with this draft, which is revised as of tonight's meeting. So when it would be very helpful to us to make an informed decision on the comments to address this language. I admit it's complicated, but we have attempted to capture the nuances and the impacts in this legislation, because you ultimately have to reduce the science, or elevate the science to a lot of the perspective. Well, that's what I challenge you here. So I'm, what Pat Kennedy said, what you said, what Jamie said, at some point, our duty is to capture that in some kind of regulatory statement, because the option of postponement, which the voting industry is actually, all three pieces of correspondence, two from the industry, one from the private citizen, all suggest took a diligent approach to it, which is not acceptable, given what we think the scientific stakes are based on what we live in the watershed community. So as people speak to them, and if you have more thoughts, and if that's permissible, we would really be benefited by thoughts about this.
I'm glad you said that, yeah, I think it's more complicated than what I can do right now, but, my basic approach, because if you, once you lose some of these things, like, an organism, or then you get introduction of an organism that you don't want there, or some of the other things that can happen, it's very hard to back out of that. And I would tend to be more conservative, and that may not seem fair to the people that just want to go out and enjoy the boats, and I understand that, but you can't get some of these things back. And even when Otsego had a lake that went from oligotrophic to mesotrophic, it took 20 or 30 years to get it turned back around, and that's a long time for a lot of people that haven't lived here much longer than that. So I would look at it from that standpoint and try to conserve what we know and give it room where we can show that it's safe.
Thank you, Bill. Very helpful. Thanks.
Good evening, I'm Tina McKenna, Chair of the Supervisory Committee, representative from Cooperstown. I just wanted to say two things that haven't already been said. One is that we received extensive input from all of the PhD scientists who are interested in this. Dr. Paul Lord, Dr. Florian Greta, Dr. Jacob has helped us with that, Jacob Gillette. As well as Matthew Albright from the Biological Field Station. So we try to incorporate the science of it and then figure out how we make the best recommendation around that. I think we would be happy, as you know, Joe, at the Watershed Committee to keep considering components of this, but I do think we have to decide to be sure that we're protecting the water source for the village and also keeping the watershed safe for future generations. So I think it's a tough balance, but it was a lot of the advice that we took was from local scientists and national scientists as well. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, you had some questions for Jean.
Oh,
Right here,
sorry.
Richard.
You make a point, there's a balance. From a pure ecological standpoint. I'm just gonna throw this out, I'm not suggesting that we do this, but from a pure ecological standpoint, wouldn't the ideal thing be to ban all motorboats? I'm just saying, from an ecological standpoint, sailboats and paddle boats, possibly with small motors for emergencies.
I think if you listen to the scientists, it's not that simple. That this is a very specific process that has been proven to be problematic. Not every motorboat has the same potential. So I think it's not as simple as that.
And I would concur, this whole board received the video and hopefully we all watched that, 20-minute, informative, film on the type of damage that occurs underwater and to the shoreline, et cetera. So that's.
So my question is, if I may, my question to you, Martinez Chair, and this we go to Jake is our watershed coordinator. Does this legislation capture and address the concern that we're specifically trying to account for?
I believe so. I would want advice from the scientists to make sure we're saying the right thing. I believe so.
And that's, it's so important to understand this. This is the product of input from policy makers and scientists from the entire process we've gone through and from the boating industry. And I will say that from the boating industry comments we've received, they haven't contributed much. They just said, please don't do this yet. But they haven't offered anything by way of an alternative. I mean, they have this legislation in hand.
Correct.
So we can always amend our legislation, but we have to be somewhere at the end of this process. I don't think we can kick the can down the road, and I say that because I've been informed by the scientists on the watershed supervisory committee team that told me that. So the town of Lisbon is also a member of the watershed supervisory.
Anyone else, public comment?
Jill Polson, People Street. So I actually am not going to speak about science because I'm not a scientist at all. I do want to speak about the process that's been followed a little bit and the law that's being proposed, which I guess was just revised as of today. So I think that's, and I realize you guys want to do something quickly, but I think that's moving a little too quickly. There are procedures in place that require members to have, the laws for review a certain period of time before you actually are allowed to vote on it. You can see that the enactment clause, it doesn't reference navigation law, but state navigation law does require 30 days prior, notice of the public hearing, which I don't think was given in this instance. And it is to give people that time to review, because it does sound like this is complex, what Pat said, that it's gonna get reviewed, that this legislation may not actually, this draft may not actually capture what it is that we're trying to protect. Like, I grew up in this lake, I love this lake, I want this lake protected for as long as humanly possible. But I do think that the process that is, rushing it through isn't necessarily the best thing isn't the best answer either, because it may get, then you've got legislation on the books that doesn't work, and so the challenge opens the village up to litigation and, taxpayers only defending that. So I don't think, I think maybe taking just a minute, a beat to follow the proper procedures and to potentially open up a dialogue where there are people who dissonance, which it sounds like there have been quite, there has been some of that. I just watched the video today, for the first time, and I agree, there were some things in there that will cause for concern, but also some things that maybe don't take into account the other points of view. So I would recommend and I would urge the board to follow procedure, make sure that before they take a vote on this and adopt anything, they do take into account not only the different points of view, but also the legal procedures in place before you vote.
I would say that, it was, publicly announced and, publicly, we did all the legal notices in
30
advance.
days.
Yes, and.
Before tonight.
Not 30 days, the last
The
last board meeting was less than
But
30
again,
days.
this is a navigation. The only
I
addition
were just adding that today.
the only change or addition is an existing authority given to the village of Cooperstown for regulations.
So it's not a regulation zone under navigation law.
That's what I would say, that because this is our drinking water source and under New York State DOH, we have this authority to protect the drinking water source for the village.
And so I did see in the modified version from this evening, from this afternoon that I saw, that it does not reference navigation law, so I see what you've done. But I would say that I think it still has to be on the desks of board members for 7 days prior to a vote. So, that's one of the.
If I could describe
Sure.
a little bit of what we went.
Sure.
Prior to the 27 meeting, the watershed supervisory committee deliberated quite a long time on what legislation might look like. We also deliberated as a board about it, and then on the 27th meeting, that installation of our system was announced as the topic of the hearing. In fact, we continue to work on that. In the process, and we've been mindful, and we'll ask our attorney and ask you too, for your views. We've been mindful of not changing anything substantive, but we have been mindful of being more clear about the basis for taking our action. And as you discovered for yourself, we did you a service by what the basis for our decision making is. Public health and safety, delegated authority from the state of New York. Protecting the public water supply. So if there is a conflict of laws issue that comes up and you say this, you could not possibly appropriately process this bill without compliance with the navigation law deadlines, that remains to be seen. But what we're trying to show you is the path we did take.
Right.
We think was a proper.
And I certainly think that the change to the operation, from engaging the ballast or the short wakeboat feature versus, I mean, I don't know that that's fully clear here, but I think that was going to describe what the change was. So, and to your point that it's not that substantive, I think it's open for debate, not that it's debate I'm taking up or anything. But I do think it would be open for potential challenge, whether or not these changes tonight are substantive. I think that the first I heard of it was just recently, I did watch the April 27th meeting, which was very informative. I saw you guys deliberated on it at length and clearly are approaching it with diligence and as you should. The lake's very important to the communities, the village, to the other municipalities. And it's worth taking a look at, but it is worth taking a look at with the community involved, I think, to some extent. It did, again, I found out about it, 4 or 5 days ago. And so it just does seem like a quick turnaround. I realize it's not as fast as it's been turned around on your end, but that's just where it came to mind.
We want to be clear that we had a public notice meeting with this on the agenda on April 27th. So we can't. People come to their
Yes.
information when they come to it, but our duty under the law was to get it out there so people can evaluate it. So we have done that. And I want to be careful with the words we use because you say, you don't think these are substantive changes. These aren't changes. This is additional information that describes the basis. It doesn't change anything in terms of the authority and the scope of first of all, the authority and then the scope of the regulation of the law. We haven't changed the scope of regulation whatsoever, but we've explained more our authority and we've made clear about the scope, which was maybe less clear about the severe concern raised by ballast water and invasive species. And we talked about the ecology and the health and welfare, but we added that clarified language to show that specific reference to ballast tank associated invasive species was something we had to.
Right, and again, the science is that I'm going to leave that to people far smarter than I am, and that far more, well versed on that. I just, on the process and the procedure and giving people an opportunity to be heard, and obviously people are being heard today. But I do think that, there might be some questions about whether or not all the steps were followed, and that particularly with the changes, giving people time to absorb those. A vessel regulation zone, which is definitely a thing that villages and municipalities can do in the state of New York. You're allowed to restrict the speed and operation of a boat. The state has been very clear that localities are not allowed to ban a certain type of vessel, which is what I think your preliminary, the law up until today, up until this evening, was proposing to ban a particular type of vessel. But the Attorney General's office has said repeatedly that localities can regulate speed, operation of a boat, of motorboats within a certain regulation zone within the jurisdiction, but cannot ban outright a certain type of vessel.
Let me ask you a question on that. So do you believe the village has the authority to regulate its own launch facilities to?
That I haven't looked into, so I wouldn't speak to that. I don't have, that's not what I'm objecting to, because, no. I think it is, it's your launch zone. I don't know I don't know if there's any reason why the village doesn't, not that I know of, but.
And I just had one question, because the word ban is there, and I'm not sure that even what we had 28 days ago said that it was illegal to launch a boat at our publicly owned and controlled launch sites, both of them.
And I thought it said that they shall not operate, meaning you couldn't.
Within our
jurisdiction, so you're not allowed to prohibit the boat within your jurisdiction. So to me, again, operate wasn't defined, so that was a question. I certainly think it would have been valuable in the law to say, what is operate? Do we operate with that ballast feature in play, or is it we turn the key on and drive it down the lake just like any other boat? Because it's my understanding that boats, they can be driven down the lake and have absolutely no difference, no different impacts than any other boat on the lake. And it's only about 10 to 20% of the time that these boats are driving around the lake that they're doing this, the thing that we've all seen in that video, that has that
Because deleterious ecological impact, so I think it's not that.
Thank you, Jill.
Just to follow that same point up, some of these boats have ballast in them that you can't get at to really examine them to see whether they're cleaned out. Now, you can clean them out by flushing and you can do some things, but that for somebody that we have working for us to say, yes, I'm convinced that this is really thoroughly not bringing in an invasive species, but because we've done the standard amount of care, it may not be possible. So they fall into a category that is a risk to the lake that is heading zebra mussels and quagga mussels appear in the last few years here, we're all too aware of. So I think that issue in terms of limiting what both can physically be on the wake is falls into that category at least. What is how fast it's going and how big the wake and all the rest of that is another issue. This is separate from it, and as I understand, the state has given lakes the authority to regulate that in the way they need to do it.
Thank you, Bill. Is there any, before I let people repeat, is there anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to speak?
Good evening. I'm Florian Reyna, resident of Springfield and director of the Biological Field Station. I want to speak about ballast. I just read a review article. This is one of the journals about freshwater biology. Okay, there's a review article from March of this year. It is simply a fact that the volume of ballast water in these wake boats is greater, and therefore you're less able to decontaminate. From a risk assessment standpoint, I recognize that this issue is ecological, regulatory, social. Speaking from an ecosystem standpoint, as someone who's watched species come into this lake in the last 18 years, the number of years I've worked here, I don't want to see the addition of round goby. I don't want to see the addition of spiny water flea and other invasives. We already have too many invasives. From a simple risk assessment standpoint, allowing boats to come to this water body with larger ballasts increases your risk of invasive species because they have more volume, they're in deeper pockets of the vessel that you cannot decontaminate. And there are factual citations about that point.
Great question.
That's what I was.
That's a question.
Yes.
So additional invasive species put our water supply more at risk.
What?
Would having additional invasive species put our water supply at risk? Simple question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Is there anyone else?
Yep.
All right, okay, you haven't spoken.
Yeah, I have, I'm sorry, and I before one of reading. I wrote a letter to the board, which you know, see. And I really appreciate everybody and what you all have said tonight. I had a bunch of things prepared, but I'm kind of throwing them out the window because I really did listen carefully to everybody. I have one of these books. And you all know that, or even not specifically know that the town does, because I dock it at your docks, and I've had it there for 3 years. It performs like every other boat, except for it does have this additional feature. And so my first question is, and I agree with the health of the lake. My family's been here for 5 generations. We have a home on the lake as well, right at Seagull. And the lake is very dear to me, and I want to see it healthy and wonderful for the next 5 generations. However, I think what you're asking, and there's some differences of opinions, and the boat empties, doesn't empty. I would never trailer my boat with any water in it, because with gas prices today, do you have any idea how much it costs? I just hauled it up to Maryland today. You know, it's, you never have extra water in your boat, ever. And I don't care what kind of boat you have. If you trailer a boat, you know that. And so you empty it out completely. I empty the gas out. I get everything out. So I will disagree with that because I know my vote anyways. But what I also would say is that I agree with many of your points, completely. Pat mentioned some things, you mentioned some things, so basically what I want to emphasize is that it's really about the overall vessels on this lake and what are we asking for? I let it go completely motorless and let it go, or you allow these boats to work within means and you give them, specific territory, not just these boats, all motorboats. They all create waste, whether you be you're a tour boat on the lake, you're a 35-foot cabin cruiser that's docked down here. They all have big forces, and I don't have the science to prove to you that this boat creates any more force than any other boat. What I will tell you is that nobody who is doing this right on the shoreline, because you would never do that. I'm in 100 feet of water, no matter what, because I know that makes a better wake. And so I'm in the middle of the lake, and then it is not affecting anything any differently than a boat that is, a water ski boat, a bass boat, whatever you may be, whatever boat you have, whatever the boat is. So what I was also saying is that, you can knock on these boats, but in the old days, and actually still today, many people have water ski boats. And what you do to surf a wave, which if any of you is a surfer, it's fun, it's fun to surf, okay? And I'm not saying that's the right thing, I'm just saying it's fun. And what you do is you put a whole bunch of people on one side of the boat and you create a wave. It's that simple. I mean, anybody can do it. So it's not really what everybody's talking about. And I can go out right now, put you 4 or 5 people on the back of the left side of a regular ski boat, and I can surf that. It's the same thing. It's just weight. So you take a pontoon boat with 12 people on it, hammering up the lake on Memorial Day weekend full of gear. You tell me what's more dangerous and what's more, unsafe. It's weighted down. It's creating a wake. So I personally would love to see the board, and I appreciate what you've done, and I really appreciate what everybody has said. But I would like to see some more action around wake zones, speeds, but to ban a boat just because it has this ability. And I would like to keep my boat in the village docks. I slept outside, right out there on that porch to get that slip. I came, 12, 10 o'clock at night, and I slept all night out there, get slip. And I would like to keep my boat here. I will, if you decide you don't want wake surfing in your village, fine. Of course, I wouldn't do it here anyway. I never do it. We're the deepest part in the middle of the lake. But I think it's just unfair to ban a boat because it has this option. And the option that my family, many families that have these boats, use it for many things. They use it for, being with recreational family activity on the boat, just like every other boat out there. And I would say, it's 5 to 10% of the time, maybe it's in a wake mode, but it's certainly not anywhere near shore. So I would just love to see that they would consider all factors, and I agree with what, a lot of these people are saying, we do want the lake as safe as possible for everyone. But it seems a little bit strong to ban a particular boat because it has this option. To say don't wake surf, that's a different thing. So that's all I have to say.
Lester,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned that nobody would tow the boat without draining it fully.
Mhm.
Where are they draining it?
When I drain my boat, well, you fill it up in the lake and then you drain it in the lake.
That's what I meant. That's the question. You drain it in the lake.
Yes, I drain it in the lake. Oh, yeah, I will drain it.
If somebody came here, possibly with some residual water in their pontoons, which we know is very likely,
Mhm.
and they filled it up in the lake, and they drained it in the lake, wouldn't you then have contamination of what was the residual that they had in the bottom of their pontoons that's now spread throughout the rest of the ballast?
I can't speak to pontoon boats. I do know they do have ballast.
Well, let me.
And bass boats have ballast.
Just about, what I'm getting at is, somebody drains the boat into the lake. Whatever's in that tank is being drained into the lake, including what may have come through this lake or maybe left over from another lake. Is that not?
Well, in my, you can see mine, and there's no water in my boat. Nothing.
How do you know that?
because you can see that, you can see it. You can, I have these big, I have bags, they fill with water, and you can see the water in the bags, there's nothing in there.
Okay.
And so I, I drain everything out. I mean, obviously, when you pull a boat out of the water, it's gonna have some, it has some, any boat will drop water as it comes out. Right, and then it spills, wherever you're launching, wherever you are, but yes, I mean, the boats, they drain, completely drain. They have all these little things, which,
Yeah, I think. But our scientists are telling us, when we're talking about microorganisms, a bladder, ballast bladder can look empty, but it can still have moisture in it, it can still sustain the species that are problematic. And it looks like you've done your job, but I think what we're hearing is no, you've done your best, but the best isn't good enough. And our problem is we don't have the ability to use our boat wash facilities to decontaminate those kinds of ballast bags, at least without taking a heck of a long time to do it.
sure. And
So-
how does that differ from a bass boat that has a fish hole, or a pontoon boat that turns out with ballast, or a sailboat? I mean, there's a lot of ballast systems in all boats, so they do exist. So I guess I do hear what you're
But there are,
saying.
but there are different evacuating systems. Jay, want to say something?
Yeah. This isn't meant to be a discussion of ongoing.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no, you were asked. You were politely answering questions you were asked, so thank you, Serena. Jay, you have something to say?
Sure, if I can just follow up quickly, because I do agree with Florian. As an aquatic ecologist, the invasive species issue, to me, is the top issue. The sedimentation, the risk of shoreline erosion, that is all very important. But the potential for introducing invasive species is very high. I read today, a paper from, 2016, where they looked at these, they filled up the bladder, and these were the bladder tanks. So that is a particular subset, that is not all of these, wake boats. But they filled up the bladders and they pumped them out, and they found that on average, there was still 8 gallons of water in each of those tanks. So I agree, and certainly the more diligent somebody is, the better they can clean, and even in that paper, they say, well, perhaps if people have better techniques, you can come up with better techniques to do this. But in terms of microscopic invasive species, that's a huge volume of water being untreated. And to me, as a scientist, it's hard to say exactly how you can fully comply with New York State's clean drain dry law. When you have this extra complication that it's a bag, it might be setting in a certain orientation, and there may just inherently be a volume of water that's left. Certainly a significant amount of water when it comes to invasive species. And then the only other thing I want to talk to really quickly is that, again, it's not necessarily just the creation of the wave, that when they're put specifically in wake surfing mode, they are designed such that it is creating a very large, very powerful wave. And the study that I've read, and there are sort of limited studies on some of these, but they showed that at 500 feet, the wake boat in wake surfing mode still created 3 times the wave energy that a boat on plane was creating at 200 feet. So these are pretty dramatic factors that are at play. It is a complicated issue, and certainly it's complicated when you have people who own the boats currently. And when you're talking about a mixed population of people in interesting lakes, but I do think both of those issues are substantial. And they're certainly worth you all considering.
Thank you, Jacob. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, is this 2 or 3?
I've spoken twice.
Okay, all right, if they come forward.
And all I want to do is give you 2 things, because they address the questions that came up. I pulled them out of my pack. There's a proposed town law that came from the conference that I went to, and sections that could be included to address pretty much everything people said about the wakes that are made, especially Bill's comment about tsunamis and Jacob's about 500 feet. One of the proposals is that your law would say that these boats have to maintain a 500-foot buffer zone on each side of the boat to the shoreline. So from the boat outward. They're trying to deal with the problem that Jake just suggested. So that it would be not just 1,500 feet to the shore, but like on either side, because you've only got this part of the shore, right? The other thing is 30 feet in depth. They're not to operate at less than 30 feet in depth, like it up at the Springfield end, for example. The silt is so high. I mean, you guys know. Anyway, the silt depth makes a big difference. I don't know if down at this end, especially over by where the golf course is, if 30 feet is enough, which is why I said there should be some, but 30 feet is the suggested depth, not just don't do it at with 12 inches of weight. 500 feet on either side of the boat, 30 inches of depth down to the bottom. Yeah, those are the two things. And can I give it to somebody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Janet, she'll make sure we all get copies. Thank you very much, Pat. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? At this point, I'm not going to close the public hearing, but I am closing the public comment. In other words, my board may determine to leave this public hearing open. So I will decide on that we have closed the public comment here to this discussion. All right, so I'll begin over here.
All right, so currently, chapter 44 of the village law includes two sections. One is operation restrictions, and the other is lake access launch policy. There were two changes being proposed this evening. First, to operation restrictions, changing the fine from 50 to 250. I think, in my opinion, it's very important this evening to consider that change in fine so that it matches other municipalities along the lake and doesn't create an incongruity between what we're doing and what Middlesex is. There were no changes proposed to the lake access launch policy. That's the part of the policy that refers to invasive species. And I agree with Dr. Breda and Dr. Gillette that is one thing about wakeboard boats that we understand. It does not sound to me that we completely understand the issue of wakes and their impact both on the bottom of the lake and on the shoreline. I've heard different types of wakes, different depths of wakes, different depths of water, different distances from the shore. It seems that part could still use some fine tuning and a better understanding of the science. But it does seem very clear to me that it is important that all types of boats are subject to inspection. And so I would suggest on the back page of this, under restrictions, where it says it shall be illegal to launch a wakeboard boat with a ballast tank at either of the village of Cooperstown's two public motorboat launch sites, Fair Street or Fish Road, that the following language be added without documentation of decontamination and inspection for aquatic uses, and that portion be added to the lake access launch policy. I feel like that provides us with some protection against the aquatic species issue that is more stringent than for other types of boats, given the particular nature of this type of boat, while allowing us more time to investigate the weight issue.
So, can I just ask, so without documentation of
Documentation of decontamination, Dr. Green referred to that, and inspection for aquatic nuisance species.
Can I, ask our watershed coordinator, is that, apt, or I thought that to a degree, there is no way in some to exactly purify microscopic species from here, and it be done?
I mean, in the abstract, like certainly I'm sure you could take any boat and come to a point where you were assured that there was nothing you were transporting into the lake. But as far as a functional issue, could someone here at the dock do it with any sort of level of certainty, say it was cleaned out and safe to go in the lake? I mean, again, it's.
That's why I included both documentation of decontamination. So my reading today, I also turned to professional journals, 120-degree hot water flushes and the like. I mean, that literature is available. So documentation that has been done. I understand that might be tricky to produce, but that it's been done, and a visual inspection.
I would like to hear from Chair.
Sure, in the abstract, I think that's certainly a better direction to go in, but would I personally feel that that was like a level of assurance? But my personal viewpoint on it is that unless I knew somebody lived here and kept the boat here, any movement of a boat of that type into this lake would be concerning to me. Again, without the temperature or sort of sterilizing agents and knowing that you had touched all of the surfaces within the tanks. So I guess my answer would be that it's possible, but I wouldn't necessarily support just that language is assuring that we were protecting the
So
invasive species.
that's my suggestion. Keep A, add that sentence as B, and then make the violations B. I believe that meets with what we advertised for the public hearing and allows us some level of additional protection with time to do one.
Thank you, Cindy. Richard, I'm going around the table.
Oh, I guess I'm the most draconian person in the room on this. One, I sail, not a stand power. That gives you an idea where I stand on this. I'm more concerned about the quality of the water on the lake. And I certainly think that eventually it's going to come to this issue. I think better sooner than later. I agree with Lori, anything we can do to protect the lake from invasive species is critical. I do believe that you can't adequately drain these things. I do believe you can't adequately sterilize them. Sterilize them, you're contaminating the lake with whatever you sterilize them with. The hot water, but that should not be that. I'm concerned, with the lake. You convinced me tonight that the issue is really the water tank. More than the wake. I mean, the wake is bad enough. So and somebody here gave me an argument, probably inadvertently, that gee, maybe we shouldn't have any boats coming on the lake. Other than those that can be launched directly from the shore. So anyway, I will probably go along with however the village, the rest of my colleagues feel that it's appropriate to start the process of protecting the lake further than we protected it so far.
Joe?
As to that suggestion, Cindy, my feeling is, I can't support it because the documentation we'll be looking for is coming from God knows where, adopted by, God knows what jurisdiction, by what metrics and standards they've done it. We can't have our lake stewards saying, oh, well, we have the Missouri one, and that's only 115 degrees. And so, I mean, I think the ability to craft metrics that would show up in a reliable documentation process just is beyond reach. And by the same token, I think it was you who said, no, somebody else who was with you said, there's not much question of our police power. We are talking about controlling our own sites. I think without any concern, can keep the sentence as it is, because this is our jurisdiction, this is our property. We are saying not on our account, as you were going to get into the lake, because we have too many imponderables, too many things we can't, well, too many imponderables about the risks associated with this boats trailering in and the risk of contamination. The city, I just think your suggestion can't be meaningfully implemented and monitored in any effective way. So what we can do about other people, elsewhere on the lake, with these boats is another question. It's a test of our state granted authority to protect our public water supply. I don't know how far our reach goes with that, but I'm quite comfortable saying to protect our local water supply, we can, in our own jurisdiction, prevent the launch of wastewater wells. And I would recommend against an amendment to C1. I would prefer to keep it as is.
George?
Conversation and the science behind it is tremendously interesting. But as I'm listening to people speak, I was thinking of Joni Mitchell's. You don't know what you have till it's gone. And any effort that we can make to preserve this lake, even if it means for some people towards the extreme, we should take without hesitation.
Well, I would agree with many of the things that have been said here tonight, and, given that this is our drinking water, I believe that we have the right to be very concerned and to, enforce certain, rules and regulations about how things get used. And I agree with what Joe said in terms of the launch on village property. So, and I am a little concerned about the documentation issue that you brought up. What kind of documentation would be valid and considered valid? But the idea of an invasive species coming into the lake and our water system, watershed, is state, that's already documented.
Molly?
So I want to thank everyone for expressing their concerns. They were all very interesting to listen to. I do have to agree with Andre and George that the lake here is very important as it is for drinking water. And I know I'm not super old, but I have seen, I've lost 30 years of living here, is that there have been lots of algae blooms and zebra mussels that have come in and part of the lake, and it just creates an issue for everyone. So I would just like to do everything we can to protect our lake for future generations and the future ecosystem of the lake too.
Thank you, Molly, very good. As you know, we did this draft, at our April 27th meeting. And it's not a change or a revision, it was a restating the establishment and purpose and the grounds on which the village of Cooperstown basically has the authority based on our water supply of controlling Otsego Lake. It's the foundation of the Watershed Supervisory Committee. It's the fact that this is our drinking water and New York State allows us this authority. I think that people have spoken very well tonight, and we've certainly thought about a lot of things. Are there minor tweaks that we might want to consider? Possibly. I think it's important. I did reach out to the supervisors in the 3 townships. I was under the impression that Middlefield had passed, but they have not. They haven't even set their public hearing yet. So they're still considering all this. We know that the same is true in Springfield, and I believe it was July 7th or 8th.
July 8th.
Pat had mentioned that the Otsego, town of Otsego would be holding theirs, so July. I know one consideration for the village is that we do have 2 public launches. And I would say 80% of the boats, particularly with the great weather we've been having, will be going in soon. And is this absolutely perfect? I've never met a law that I thought was absolutely perfect, but the beauty of this is that we could always amend and approve later. This is not the first tweak of this law. So I also would be in favor of moving forward. I think we need to have discussion of the one potential change, which Cindy has recommended, Do you want to make a motion to do that and then see the will?
Well, so I should put it clear that I was suggesting eliminating all of 44.4. And just moving that one sentence. And Joe, I understand your point, and if we want to vote on it without my amendment to that number one, under the lake access policy with the thing that's launching, we certainly think that we need to bring the purpose of discussion, but my suggestion is that we drop the definition and we drop number two. At this time, I think we should return to this discussion later.
So B, and you want to drop B definition.
So my suggestion was I'll make it as a motion and then you can, somebody can, I will second it. So I would make a motion to adopt the change in fine to what was 44.1 from $50 to $250. Maybe we should just start there. All three, right?
So 44.1 is the first motion, or is it fine?
But it's now 44.2.
It is 44. Yeah, because I added the other section with the establishment.
We need to add on 44.1.
You know what, I'm gonna
Wait,
make,
you're now saying you want to, are we removing 44.1? Is
I'm
that,
concerned that we didn't advertise 44.
I disagree. I think it's a restatement, but I'm gonna make a motion to handle this issue. Within the framework of the, public hearing announcement, and it's within the framework of the law, the actual coding or number does not actually matter, does it, Mark? The number doesn't matter. I move that we increase the fine for violation of our voting operation restriction policy, $250. I think we can all agree on that.
yes.
I can phrase it.
Yeah.
Aye.
Second by Audrey, all in favor? So, but now you wanted, that was seconded over there.
So my second suggestion was to amend what is listed on the page as 44.3 by adding what is listed on the second page as number one under C. So in other words, that the only other change that I am suggesting is adding this particular sentence under restrictions to our existing lane access launch policy. So that, as Joe pointed out, there would be a prohibition against launching wakeboard boats with ballast from our launches.
So, okay, and that is,
Stop.
without the event, not your event.
I will make the motion without the exception. But I want to make it clear that I'm not suggesting that we adopt what is listed as 44.4. I am just suggesting that one second.
So we are not doing wakeboard boat policy at all.
We did advertise that.
We should advertise.
That's why I'm confused,
This is not about advertising, this is about.
Okay. because I wasn't like specific with what we advertised. We simply said, a no wakeboard boat policy. So I didn't advertise that first draft.
No, I will.
I just wanted to make that clear.
This is not about the advertising, it is about issues that have been raised by members of the public about what becomes a prohibition on a particular type of boat when the science does not seem clear on all aspects of this to me.
Okay, all right, wait, sorry. We went around this board and I know you had reservations. I had the sense that everyone else was pretty good with the existing law, knowing we could tweak or modify later. Did I get that sense wrong?
No.
No, so I think at this point, yes.
Right, but I don't want to unnecessarily truncate this discussion. I want to understand, I'm having a hard time understanding what it is you feel puts us in jeopardy about this version of the bill.
Having a policy that refers to a particular type of vessel.
it is the characteristics of the vessel, it's not a brand name.
Yeah,
It's not, you know, we saw in correspondence from the folks that you, it's real. Furnished, us with a mention of. This is about the characteristics of the boat, and I want to say this about that, as I asked for this back. I did some looking up on the internet, and this was an ad, very brief. A 2024 T25 Ultra ZX boat, ski and wakeboard boat. Appearances and features are just the beginning. The Ultra, with an accented U, 25 ZX handles and performs as beautifully as it looks, producing epic waves, wakes, and multi-sport versatility on demand with the Go system powered by TAPS 3T. Ultra 25 ZX delivers the ultimate on-water experience. Price used $285,000. People who buy these boats are gonna use them as up to their capability. They're not gonna, not be so, the characteristic is of this boat is captured on the definition. I don't care if it's in a T25 Ultra ZX or something else, it's the characteristic of the boat. So I feel comfortable with this
and I
definition.
will point out that nowhere, people were using the word ban, but we did not. Anywhere in our proposed legislation use that word.
I want to just point out what I think is a typo. We consistently, or not always consistently, capitalize W and B in weight. That implies a specific name.
Under the definition, it's capitalized because it's a defined term.
Okay, that's fine, but it's also capitalized down here.
That's the way you bring a law, you have to.
All right, fine.
Okay, so at this point, we have a motion and a second to approve the $250. But I am, who made that? You
I made the motion,
We already voted on the
you
250.
voted on it.
And everybody said agreed. I think we did.
Yeah, we did on that.
No,
Okay,
everybody
then we
approved the
approved that aspect of the law. But now we're looking at the entirety of the law. Is there a motion? I'm not sure why we separated one on those.
Well, I would be approval of the law as presented, as opposed to the seat.
Motion made by Joe. Is there a second?
I have a comment to that too. It was not amended, it was just reformatted.
Right.
Okay,
So we did not actually amend the law, we just reformatted.
Changed something.
All right, motion made. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Richard.
I have a question though. Cindy, you suggested that under C1, that's removed, so we're changing this, correct?
No, they have made a motion to adopt it as is.
So we're not, okay.
But please, as amended, I was trying to capture the more movement with the tax up the back.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, it does go to the wrong side of it. I see that.
my concern really is with letters, restriction number 2, which was why I was reading that, because I did not want to vote in favor of the text that refers to the 12-foot trough, or 12-inch trough, because there doesn't seem to be agreement on exactly what to do with the waves.
So as we're going through this bill, I thought we would go through it section by section and we were going to see what.
I don't think-
the problem is.
No, we just made.
So I understand, but we're backing up the tanks because I want to accommodate legitimate concerns about this, we're trying to punish this to make it right. So I hear what Cindy's saying. As Dr. Rickmeyer said, and I was thinking the same thing before he said it. The tsunami analogy is so perfect. You know, it's the strength of the wave, not necessarily the size, that does the damage.
Right.
So, when a wakeboard boat causes that wave, that's got force, energy that is markedly different from any other one on the wave. That's the whole that I brought in. Associating the wave height with the vessel.
Yes, and when we talked about this last month
and earlier today, I was giving this to you, but after hearing people speak, I have doubt that 12 inches is a meaningful metric.
I do too.
So are you saying to eliminate that then on this? I was just trying to move the invasive species part up to the launch part so that we could agree on that, have that protection for Memorial Day weekend. And then hopefully get additional recommendations from the Watershed Supervisory Committee about how to address the wave issue. And it sounds like at Seaville, we'll be having some experts testify at their public hearing so that we don't get ahead of ourselves.
Well, if I may, I want to make sure I've captured what the watershed supervisory committee has been doing for the past many months. But on this topic, I think we've been considerable analysis, considerable scientific input, and an emerging consensus about the nature and extent of the problem caused by these wake-on boat waves. I'm willing to, I'm comfortable with this language, I'm comfortable with this proscription, and if we learn more in the future, we can take advantage of that added knowledge. But this is, to me, not an arbitrary choice. This comes from, I thought, considerable discussion, and I thought tonight's discussion illuminated.
And it was in the, the words got switched around, but exactly what we publicized was the creation of any wave exceeding 12 inches from trough to crest shall constitute prima facie evidence of excessive wakes or one having damaging capability. So you move that location, but it was always in there that way. And so at this point, we have a motion to approve this law and a second. And with the knowledge that we can always amend in the fall or after the other municipalities make a decision.
May I make one clarifying point about what the amendment was? So I still, Cindy, I need your help on this. If we take the sentence about the wrong issue and move where you were suggesting, is that the bill we're looking at, whether or not you'll approve?
No, I would.
She wants to get rid of the rest.
Okay.
I wanted to get rid of the rest.
She wants to get rid of the rest. Okay, so motion has been made and seconded. All those approving of the adoption of this law, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? As Cindy, okay? Well, there you go. And with that done, I am closing the public hearing that I left on. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. I know,
You need to hear pretty things.
I think not everything.
oh, yeah, you can go.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we did, get a rec. mail.
Yes, you know, okay.
And- and this is- Yeah, I mean, and the whole thing.
No, I mean, it's one
That's the more.
Really appreciated your.
No problem.
Oh, yeah.
It could be others. Thanks, John. Do you need anything before I go? Water refill?
Okay.
No. I agree, I agree.
Hanging in there, John?
Need anything?
Thank you. Oh, Bertine, I.
They don't have to. You got me that, that's it. I think it's not right. What's the thing? It's a great way. What? Oh. Yeah. And our reception is on. Oh. And the line, all in, it was just great, a special session. You know, this.
Terrific, thank you.
Oh, yeah, her brothers, yes. We have.
I'd like to ask, this,
All right, we, 10 minutes here, and we're.
I'll get this out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they have the right, you know, it's like milkshake stars.
I don't know where the green.
That's a good song. You got it. Stewie. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a forum, I feel, I'm sorry, I have to proceed, because we're already, we haven't got off the first page of our agenda yet. All right, so let's go back and approve the minutes with corrections submitted. I make that motion, for the April 27th. Second by Molly, all in favor?
Aye.
We're moving on, we left off with our permits, and we were at number 5, trademark license agreement, baseball hall of fame, Doubleday field shirts. And Jenna, we all got in, do we have an additional packet with the correct?
I have the correct one, sorry, I didn't get that out.
Yeah. So the green trademark license you had in your packet was actually an older one. This board had approved one in August 22.
Yes.
So, August 22 is here, or?
Yes, it's passing, Joe, there's several of them, if you can pass it.
You wanted to ask the rest? All right, so this one should.
All right, yeah, if you recall, we updated this, particularly section 3, we added an A, B, C, because if there was a benefit, etc. But other than that, there were just some minor tweaks, but this is the official trademark agreement, just so you all have proper one, in your hands, and remember that we are trademark, even the name Doubleday Field is, and this is the trademark agreement that we have. So is there a discussion?
Oh, yeah, but I haven't read this yet, so.
So in particular, they have, did we spot that, Doubleday? No, it didn't, I didn't see it in there. This appears to be from the Baseball Hall of Fame for this company, Mitchell and Ness. And as you can see, it's property of Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and then it gets the established state athletic department. And then at the bottom left of the shirt has the baseball hall of fame photo.
May I ask a question about Green Street?
Yeah, that one was added because, like destination marketing and some of the tourism, county tourism agencies that promoted the village, we saw it as a benefit. They always wanted to use like our Doubleday Stadium or the Sandlot Kid, everything that was trademarked. So rather than charging them a fee or whatever, we felt it was the requested use provides a benefit to the licensor, to us. Such benefit may involve the advertising or promotion by the licensing of Village of Cooperstown's own facilities. So it's a benefit, and in that case, we had no fees.
Right, so I see on 3A, we talk about an annual fee of $1,000. And on each anniversary, and then we're talking here, we've got other language that it's a royalty fee.
Also pay, so there's a flat fee of 1,000, and if you then produce 5 million of these things, then a royalty of 10% of the wholesale or the retail, that it's two factors. So for $1,000, you don't get unlimited use.
Right, but when we say, first of all, we changed the nomenclature to royalty fee. Well, what is it, does $1,000 fee obtain in all cases?
That's not a royalty fee, $1,000.
No, but I'm saying, so there are two fees that I'm paying.
Yes.
Right, good one.
And I don't understand how C operates on both fees, I'm just asking.
C does not operate at all. There's no fee or royalty with C.
Well, it doesn't say that, it says there'll be no royalty.
Yeah, there's no.
Is there an annual fee? That's different, a royalty fee is a piece of the act.
We're not considering C for this application
We
at
are,
all.
at all.
Just put it cross straight. But I think it does beg the question of whether the annual fee applies or not to C.
I think it's C complete.
No, that's way what we need to see, that's
I
what.
don't think it's C. I don't think, no, I don't want to get the fee under any circumstance.
We have, Richard, you've sat on this board when we have done it for destination marketing, and they have put their,
But this seems to be different.
okay.
This seems to be for a product, a shirt. a
Oh,
hat.
this is different, so forget C, this doesn't involve this at all. We are looking at this.
I understand, but this is our template, is it not?
This is our license agreement.
If it doesn't create an issue in this particular transaction, I still see an inconsistency. in how-
We can change that later on, but it's not applicable here.
Okay, maybe I did agree to this, or maybe I didn't agree to this, with destination marketing in the past, but I don't remember it. This gives the licensee the exclusive use of this trademark. I don't think that's fair. Certainly not at that price.
Where
does it say exclusive?
To an exclusive non-transferable license.
To use the trademark.
So it's the license that.
This is for when companies are advertising the village of Cooperstown. So they are creating an advertisement that says it's us.
Wasn't that in there? Wasn't that licensing right there?
Then why does that not understand it?
License to use the trademark for the exclusive purpose of the use.
Exclusive.
Well, the use has to be, except over here, it's only, use has to, is defined.
So,
No, I think, let me speak to this point since I wrote it.
Actually, this was our patent attorney who developed this.
Yeah, this was developed in 2011 or 12, the patent
Well,
attorney.
that doesn't make it right.
No, it
I mean,
doesn't, but I mean,
you have two attorneys, you can have three opinions, and this doesn't. make it right.
all right, I'm just saying, he said this is a defensible, I remember.
And I'm
Oh, it's defensible, but my point is, from a business point of view, I do not want to give anybody the use of anything exclusively that we don't have to. If
So we take out the word exclusive.
Thank you, I'm happy with that.
Right, and I just like to understand that a little more. I agree with Richard on that point because that's the only deal we can make under the circumstances. We're giving this an exclusive non-transferable license to use a trademark look. If it's exclusive, then we can't go and turn to the next one.
No, I don't believe that that is.
The way the word, excuse me.
Okay, well, then, I mean, I know we talked about that before, but I don't see that it hurts us. If we take out the word exclusive.
Yeah, let's just
because
take it out.
yeah,
And they're in two places, the same sentence, both places.
But
Now,
it's for the exclusive purpose.
Yes, now if licensor grants the licensee,
A
non-transferable license to use the trademark and logo for the purpose of the use of the license. That's.
Yeah, you have to do the second exclusive though, because that means they can put it on a t-shirt, but they can put it on a hat. Right,
It's a
exactly.
sole purpose. But the,
So I like sole better than exclusive. I don't like putting the word exclusive in, but then somebody can say, you gave me this trademark.
That's true.
So, okay, licensor grants to licensee a non-transferable license to use the trademark and the logo for the sole purpose. I don't know, where are you putting sole?
I think in place of exclusive.
Yeah, okay, the sole, that's okay, all right, got it. All right, with that in mind. We're looking at this. Is this what we would approve, that image on there? So it would be for a fee of $1,000 plus a royalty of 10% of the wholesaler price. He's probably gonna be retailer, or 7% of the retail price. Yeah. So I mentioned this is retailer, so everyone's good with all of that. Do we approve this use by Mitchell and Ness to manufacture this shirt on the behest of the Hall of Fame?
yes, but just a quick question. So the establishing date is 1920?
I was gonna say, we think that's already going on for so long, I would have brought that up, but I was saying.
It is 100%. Unfortunately, we had the 100th anniversary of the Hall of Doubleday Field in 2020. I will tell you that there were local stamp collectors who's got a specific cachet, and there weren't very many of them who did. Those are probably very valuable 100th anniversary cachet.
There was a baseball diamond laid out at that point, whether before or after, it's unclear. It was probably a money, inflation.
Now, I would tell you, the Friends of Doubleday, everybody, I mean, Jeff was standing right there when when that was celebrated. I feel pretty comfortable on that. Yeah. Okay, so motion.
Move to accept the revised license agreement for the Mitchell and Ness t-shirt as presented.
Second, all right. So the only thing that we sometimes do on the backside, this license shall be in effect until, is there are we filling in something now?
I don't,
5 years?
that's my suggestion.
Until, okay, 5 years, so that is in your motion, okay, 5 years, okay. Motion's been,
Just, I'm all for it, but if that still entails an annual.
yeah,
Okay.
if that's an annual fee, okay, so motion made, seconded, all in favor? We got, yay, actually better than I thought we were going to. All right, moving on, we have a request from Patty Gracie, Cooperstown Community Band, to conduct their Hall of Fame weekend concert at Pioneer Park on Friday, July 24, 2026, from 6 p.m. until 8:15 p.m. This concert was previously done on the front lawn in 22 Main Street.
Motion to approve.
Cindy, second by Molly, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now on your additional agenda, we have application to use village property from Keith Gullah, to use Pioneer Park on Saturday, 6/27/26, from 9:30 a.m. until 3 p.m. to the Cooperstown Pride Walk Party.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, second by George, all in favor?
Aye.
Application to use village property from Denise Hollis to close Pine Boulevard on 5/21/26 from 9 a.m. until 12 p.m. for pumping out water from a pool into the storm drain. And just so, this request just came in today, and just so you understand, the storm drain on Pine Boulevard is on the kind of east side. So they do have to close both lanes of traffic for 3 hours.
So having just spent much time debating balance, I am very concerned about a process that allows me pumping of water from a swimming pool, which is presumably chlorinated, into the storm drain, which drains to Otsego. Okay.
So we put it in sewer.
I think chlorinated water going into the lake has the potential to be an issue. I have no idea if the condition of the pool or what it was last treated or.
No, it's kind of, I like Mark's suggestion.
And the sewer makes more sense.
Yeah, you know, Mark, that reminds me of, I was over the Cooperstown, and I saw a hose running from the pool into a storm drain on the campus of the, and so your concern is spot on. I don't know what you, so drain the pool into.
Well, I mean,
There's
It used to be, we just drained it into the street.
right.
And then they ended up in the, well, no, it just went into the, most of them went, because we didn't have a separated system. It was a communal system, storm and sanitary. It all went to the sewer plant.
I actually have more reservations about it going to wastewater treatment, because we already know we have high flows, and that makes us violate our speeds. And it would make us treat that water, their pool water. I think that's a worse scenario.
You might want to check with them, because we use live bacteria in the sewer plant. I don't know what the chlorinated water does to them.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to do would be to test the water goes into the pool. I'm not capable of doing this, but we can, whether the BSF to determine what, I mean, if the water's been sitting there all winter and it hasn't been chlorinated, the chlorine may have dissipated. But
There's a lot we don't, I'm surprised it's in the water and sewer.
It was last minute. It literally came in today.
Today,
Brought the
and
application.
this board has asked to always be involved in street closures, and this involved in street closures, so it popped up. It certainly could go. Your next water and sewer board is.
We just had it, so it's a little water.
June 12th or something like that.
I'm asking.
And why there was that mistake, she called my office, was apparently she called and talked with, I guess it might have been Mitch, and he called if I'm wrong, but she said I said, I'm notifying you, this was a few weeks ago, but I want to close that to this company's coming to pump it out and put in a new pool. And he said, okay, just let the police department know when you want it closed, they'll take care of closing them. So yesterday, she came to, or last Friday or something, she came to the village police department and said, I want to ask you to close the street. And they rightly said, that's not within our purview. We don't decide when streets are closed, that's the board. So she was caught in a loop, and she has I'm just telling you what she said, so not advocating, but she said, I have all the people coming, they're pumping it out on Thursday. The contractors are coming next week to put in the new pool.
I mean, I would say that I would be in favor of approving this with the stipulation that our watershed coordinator has to determine that this is not a hazard to the lake.
Well, we can't do that testing and, testing and.
You can tell how much chlorine's in it very quickly. I mean, we have to do that with our water system.
And everything else, you have the ability.
At our camp, we test it for.
Is there anything else we'd be concerned about? I mean, we don't know anything about the character of.
Mitch did reply, I've been texting. It's a request I've never had. I don't know about the effects it would have on the lake. It might be a question for Jake, if he's still there, and I said, no, he left. So why don't we, if you want to make that motion to approve it contingent on, I'll make it, that our watershed coordinator confirming that the chlorination or any chemicals in that pool water will not adversely affect the lake.
Second.
Well, second, on point, yeah, we'll just call Jake and ask him.
No, there's too much to.
Yeah, we're giving it fair justice here. All right, motion made and seconded.
I think Richard seconded.
I said, I made it and I thought someone.
Cindy
Cindy seconded. All in favor, aye.
The point is, they go.
Let's see, we have one more. Application for the outdoor eating area from Spurbeck's Grocery.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second by Molly, all in favor? Well.
Excuse me.
But I trust you for fun days. All right. The zoning officials report is in your packet. And be thorough. I did comment because I could not be, I had another meeting, so I could not present the Ferry Spring caretaker cottage plan. It was the village, and he's going to correct that. It's not the Friends of the Parks who are doing that. That was number 14 on the H park list, but that meeting I was told lasted for about 3 hours and 45 minutes. So motion to accept the zoning officer's report. So moved by Audrey, second by Molly, all in favor? We're at Public Safety Committee.
First off, I want to. And then just hanging out through. Right on this moment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jess.
That's okay. More importantly, I'd like to commend him for the job he's been doing. If you look at have an opportunity to look at the May calendar, we've covered just about every day of the month, which for us is quite an achievement. Our new officers are doing quite well. We're training a additional part-time traffic enforcement officer. And again, there have been some innovations that I've seen that really get fabulous. One is the background outside the booth. So if somebody walks in looking for a police officer, there's a phone set up so they can call like 911 directly. The department's been very, very visible. Excuse me, pardon me. And at least a couple of times this week, we actually had 2 patrol cars patrolling the streets of the village, which is quite a achievement. He has a great focus on training. He's done a great job trying to clean up the booth where they work and also storage area in the back. If you have an opportunity, you should get back there. He's working at an incredible level, and he's achieved a high level of motivation for those people that work alongside him. So again, hats off. There is paperwork in the pile here about items that will be auctioned. Again, that's part of the cleanup that he's been involved with again. In addition to his administrative skills, his police skills, he has an extraordinary way with the public. And again, we're just very lucky to have you, in that position for us. Thank you. Any questions, concerns?
We need to approve the surplus list of equipment.
Yes.
It was against the options with those items, and so some of them seem to warrant Options International and some of them not so much.
Just,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I worked with Mitchell on that. So, yeah, it's some of those were his items, some were our items that we have no longer used for, but that still have a monetary value, so that's why he's suggesting do the same thing. So he already sent me that contact for Mark and one of the friends, so it's just throwing it to my desk.
All right, so motion made by George, seconded by Molly, all in favor? Aye. Was there a renewed camera project? And I don't know, on here it wants the safer project. I'm sorry?
I
Yeah.
was just repeating what you said.
Thus, we listed the camera project on here. Did you have any updates that you wanted to discuss?
Yes, so we have been in communication with, over at ATI. We had, multiple quotes come in over the last, well, since I've taken over in the last 6 months, I've been diligently trying to get that up and running, since I know it's been quite some time. One of my biggest concerns was to be in full compliance with the current policy that was in effect by the board. So, I had gotten other quotes that had been received at multiple meetings, multiple walkthroughs of the village. And apparently ATI's quote, he did a lot of great footwork with us to accommodate the current policy, all the retention, everything that is needed. They're actually able to produce, and his quote came well under last year's to this current budget year's amount. So in order to get that off, we had signed the PO and requested that for that quote, that was in this budget year. So we're kind of moving forward on that. There'll be additional meetings with him for the execution of those items, but it will be in full compliance as well. So we can get that and then look further. He's very excited to look further for other areas that we found possibly could use cameras. In addition to adding to our current standing, what we have, which would be the 4. So that's the update that we have on that, which I'm happy to report.
The question, this is a remarkable number given our history for estimates. Is that basically a turnkey? You'll show the station and this system will be up and running. They don't have to do any on some electrical work or cabling or.
So that is one thing that we did, one of the things that when Todd and Mitch Portney was out of town the time when Todd came in. But we understood that there is electric already there at those specific locations that were approved. So there's gonna be the 4 located on Main Street, and he was eager to see that they do have electric, so there's no other utilities, from what I understand, that needs to be done. So it would be a tricky because a lot of it is cloud-based and the retention is all can be set with them. So that is correct from what I understand from Todd.
Okay, I thought our electrical system, the last time we talked about that was part of the time street lamp thing, and so it wasn't.
I did ask Mitch about that because there is the photo sensor that runs the light, but some of the poles, I believe that we were able to use for the specific cameras themselves are able to have full power. I asked Mitch after that Todd had gone through, he'll be in with Todd at our next meeting to get the kind of put the ball rolling. But yeah, he said it appeared that there were no issues with the power. And then because it's gonna be a secure network, that basically encrypts the signals, right? When it goes to the cloud. So that's all done by ATI and it's called Vergata, if I pronounce that correctly. So yeah, that is all basically the turnkey that we don't have to do any further work on that. So where there be power where it's needed, and we can go from there.
And so the cloud service is an annual subscription on top of this, I assume?
So the contract, what I presented was a 3-year. Due to the fact that he did present a 5-year contract, so that subscription, from what I understand, is gonna be just a 3-year. Because the technology can expand greatly within 5 years, so I don't wanna put us behind the ball in that particular case. But that's something that we'll be working with, that we have it's a 3-year contract agreement, or you would say subscription, now that's the term.
No, what I meant was, if it's cloud-based,
It's all inclusive in the 33,000.
Yes, that is, yes, correct. So our subscription rate is 3 years.
I'm impressed, but, and also amazed, because I think this is such a low number. I just hope there are no hidden costs in that. That is, Mitch, who's reviewing the specs along with you on that?
So I have worked with Mitch. I've talked to Cindy about Todd as well, because we have a relationship with him from, well, that's gonna be a streets. It's going to surely go to the streets committee, because we're gonna be touching the streets, the light poles and all. But again, why I understand this is it's coming back so low is because it is specifically following the policy. We're only looking at 4 cameras, that is a low number of cameras, in all honesty. But I believe if it were more cameras that were permitted, the number would certainly probably skyrocket. So with this being compliant with our policy, we'll start off with this and then use the other ones that I'll be working with Christie to get into reserves. And what's budgeted this year, we're gonna continue to make sure that there's enough cameras to grow, and then we can present when appropriate, where we believe it's necessary to put some, that then modifies our current policy. So that's the big picture.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. Very good, Jen. Moving on to fire committee report. Was there one? Yeah.
We did not meet, but I do have some statistics, okay? 7 fire calls for, this reporting period. 5 in Cooperstown, 1 in Otsego, and 1 in Parkway, 5 fire alarms, 2 car, there was a 2-car MVA on Chestnut, and a dump truck road within the traffic that they responded to. So in terms of activity, the numbers were pretty small, but they did have some interesting work to do. EMS, 58 calls during the course of the season, 21 in Cooperstown, 9 in Middlefield, 9 in Otsego, and 9 in Springfield. Again, Mike Simons does a tremendous job making sure the equipment is outfitted. One thing he's working on it, I'm sorry, it's fairly like, but he's been able to work with Bassett Hospital to have a lot of the equipment recertified at very, very low cost for us. So again, he's another guy who's just takes care of business on a much broader scale than what might be expected. And again, he's a great to work with.
Okay, thank you. Motion to accept the public safety committee report by Molly, second by Audrey, all in favor? There was an election,
Yes, there is an election.
we do need to approve the election results.
I have those, I apologize, I didn't get the agenda, so,
Yeah.
sorry.
I think I saw them somewhere. Yeah.
Too, there's a new treasurer.
That was the only change, the new treasurer.
So,
If you want, I can go print them off.
let's see, where we're moving on to. Let's see, do we have it digitally? Do you have it digitally? You could just share it with everybody?
Yeah, I can do that.
You send it, if you email it to me, I'll sit here and
Yeah.
send it to everybody and everybody will have it. How's that? And then when she's done that, we'll move on to Doe then.
Okay. Sending now.
Right, I'll forward this if you want to start talking about Doubleday.
Went out there and they still for Doubleday. And the first thing that came up was that the Mayfair League football game is on June 6th and at 5 p.m. at Doubleday. We're all very excited for that. There has been some promotion about that, with Cast Majestic, via this is Cooperstown. The holiday classic game is the Saturday, May 23rd, and, we're all excited about that, and the majority of the meeting was talking about the collegiate baseball franchise, and, I've heard thinking about at our, April meeting. Yes, he is some kind of investment guy out of there, New Jersey or Connecticut, stuff like that, they were. And he just wanted to create this Futures League, with all the college baseball players from, the central New York area. I guess he does have a potential other place to, do this collegiate league, but I guess they kind of fishing with parking at this other location, so that's why he's also thinking maybe Cooperstown, they failed to do that. Jeff Katz did talk to him and, just talked about kind of our expectations of how will they feel especially during the summers. And I guess Mr. Hyde, like I did say again, that music and all the, I guess, yeah, music was a big time issue, and they related to that, but I know we had issues with, the PA system, and having residents be, that's, yeah, is, they have to.
Do you get the impression this is not, you're not pursuing it further, or this was? Are they still interested in using?
So they are still interested, they just haven't really followed up since your initial question, you didn't phone call with them, so. Just,
So we have no action on it.
we have no action.
Did Jeff bring up what happened the last time we had a collegiate summer team here? And why it died? And so, well, like that 2010,
And, yeah.
11, what was Tom's last name? Died all the,
Okay, what you think?
what? It died over parking issue. He demanded that we waive parking fees and double that. I'm just saying, this is what he told me, because we were next to each other in the gym, locker room. And he was very upset, he was very adamant, because he wasn't getting everything he wanted. Now, we're not gonna be able to accommodate them on parking. We're not gonna be able to accommodate them on noise. So maybe they're just not having the courtesy of telling you we're not interested. But I don't see how we do anything that he wants other than, yeah, we can wreck his field. With a reasonable PA system, that's it.
Well, I get the impression with Jeff Katz is, that you were working together to give him the straight talk about
We did tell,
going along. He's got to come to this reality on his own.
so we did tell them we're not gonna be able to give them the entire light or any parking spaces because it's the summer in Cooperstown, and we did that for, paid parking. And, he's claiming that all of his games will be done by like 8 p.m. But that's still very sensitive, that music and noise from 5 to 5 so I don't know how, yeah, residents would like that, so.
I'm against loud music at this thing. It changes the whole tenor of what our downtown is like in the summer.
That's all the things I have on Friday.
Motion to accept Doubleday Field Committee. By Audrey, and second by Richard, all in favor? Moving on to Streets Committee.
All right, so we'll start with trolley. You have in your packet a draft trolley agreement. We did ask the committee that there be some clarification about insurance. And the county's attorney feels strongly that both Leatherstocking Trolley and the village of Cooperstown must hold general liability insurance. So that's where we are on the insurance issue. There's a very important clause that was added to the last page of this contract. So if you turn to the last page under vehicles, it says, any funds received through any retirement and subsequent sale of vehicles pertaining to the Cooperstown Trolley Service shall be used to further support the Cooperstown Trolley operations. That's an important addition to this contract. So know that it is there. Don't know if there are any other questions about the contract that need to be discussed, or I'm happy to make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign the contract with the county when it comes in its official electronic version.
Sure, I see this asterisk, paragraph under service, is there any reason you want to find out that about the 2026?
Yeah, so that was, highlighted largely for my own purposes, because I needed to let the Hall of Fame, Fenimore Art Museum, the Chamber of Commerce, this is Cooperstown, and Kyle, who does our website, know the information, so.
Okay.
And that has been, and so Memorial Day weekend, the intention is really only to run the trolley on Saturday during, big day of the game.
It begins on Friday.
It says Friday, but the intention, based on projected crowds is only to run it on Saturday, so we can update that with the. So I'll make a motion to approve, or to authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Otsego County related to the track.
All in favor?
If you look at your minutes under trolley, fourth bullet point down, you'll see that there was discussion about trolley number 547 and the idea of retiring it. So unfortunately, we have gotten what I think is some bad news related to that trolley. If we are to retire it, we pursue, immediate transfer of that trolley to another entity that has received the same federal funding that we have. And we can only accept, or the county can only accept, up to 10% of the purchase price, because when these are funded federally, 90% comes through the grant, 10% comes through the municipalities, we pay 10%, so they only allow us to recoup 10%.
Where does the 90% go?
They
covered it.
There would be no 90%. We would transfer it to another municipality for 10% of the purchase price, which would be an extremely good deal for the other municipality.
Because they cover 90 and then.
Right.
You know, they're on.
But if they have to repair it.
Correct. So we have two options. We could pursue that, in which case we would get no more than, I believe, $14,000 and change for the trial. That's 10%. Or we could fix the trolley, which is, it has a price tag of $16,000 to $17,000. Let it continue to run out its next 2 years, and then retire it when its useful life ends. At which point, today, when Mitch was looking up trolleys of this sort, it would be worth as much as $45,000 to $70,000. Now, this is important because of that clause I pointed out in our contract, because the proceeds from the sale of the trolley go to support the trolley system.
So I would ask that.
It's taking a bit of a chance, because we would have to come up with the cash to make the repairs to the trolley, which is not insignificant. But the alternative is that some other municipality is getting a really good deal on a trolley.
What's it say significant? What do you, are we still being significant, 5,000?
No, she said 45 to 70,000.
Repair price.
16 or 17,000 is 17, we think.
Like, I don't understand, so if we fix it and use it for another 2 years, and then it's at the end of its life, is that?
Correct.
And you said it would be worth what?
I would say 45, I don't think we should think about 70.
But would we sell it, or if it?
Yeah, we would be able to sell it. We
Okay.
cannot, initially when this all began, there was the concept we could sell it. And then New York State DOT said, no, you cannot do that. You can repair it. You have two
Right.
choices.
Right.
You can repair it or you can transfer it to another 5311
Right.
entity, that would have been someone who had the same fund, right? So we either transfer, get me at most 14,000, or we invest 16,000 or $17,000 now with the potential to
To make a
sell
lot of
it
money.
and get 40.
Okay, so which changes why isn't that available to us now? What is it about the useful life that?
Because of the funding.
Well, it was in effect of
The funding.
And
They said it was-
it's different from, say, our fire situation.
10 years.
You say it's
10 years per job.
Everything
10 years.
everything has.
10 years.
Depreciation.
Okay, but it's still merchantable marketing after that.
But let's look at the numbers real quick. So, let's say we can get 45,000 in 2 years. Let's say it's 17,000 estimated to fix it, so that becomes 20,000. Let's be realistic. Okay, so that means our net, our yield on it effectively 25,000. If we fix it, it sits someplace, nothing bad happens to it. Now, the most we can get out of it right now is what?
14.
So we're making $11,000 bet. We're making a bet for an increase of $11,000.
And that nothing else goes wrong.
For potential gain, maximum gain, $11,000. Let me just turn it over to somebody else. Let them get a good deal, so they find out it's 11.
Is there a motion, Cindy?
I was gonna make a motion that we repair the trolley.
All right, motion made, seconded by Audrey, all in favor? Sorry.
Okay. So that's,
You opposed to me?
Opposed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Were you were in favor?
So who, was everybody in favor? I'm sorry. Or-
I mean,
Proposed motion?
no, I was in favor of it.
all right. Next thing that you should be aware of, you've already heard about in the public comment. We have scheduled for June 3rd from 5 to 7 with a presentation at 5:30 in the village ballroom. An information session, this is not a public hearing, but an information session on the Pioneer Alley project. I have distributed flyers about this to all of the businesses that back onto the alley, and front onto the alley, including the farmer's market, which is why there was a representative from the farmer's market here. You can hear their concerns. Their concerns are valid concerns about access to that, and we have already passed them on to our engineer. I sent you by email, plans, very preliminary plans for the Pioneer Alley project, and if you have concerns about those plans or questions or comments, having them sooner rather than later as they prepare for this, so they're not getting feedback from trustees at the same time they're getting feedback from the public would be ideal.
How do we want to treat that? There were a couple of things just jump off the page at me. One property line, has a lot of encroachments on it from the businesses. And they're proposing to leave those concrete pads in place, and I don't.
I've asked about that, yes.
So what is that? I mean, what do we care about that? It seems to me we should care about it, but
Yeah.
and that's number one. Number two, the legend on Matt talked about it, just the electric code, and I think, it's staying the legend on the side, I don't know, if it was depicted on the post, and it was very hard.
I agree.
But there was, I think, a discussion about water line connections that, but of course, I'm coming back to concern I've had all along about the utility bills being buried, and I still believe every one of those buried utility lines can run from that stuff inside the building and have the exact same access point it has now. And I think it would be wondrous for the look and the ability to use that alley, those. And for safety in terms of firefighting, you have to use the alley, because right now, one can't. The other thing that, I really think we need to consider carefully, brick pavers, to me, are a disaster. And I would strongly recommend against a 3-foot.
Mitch
Now,
agrees
I'm
with you.
assuming
Yeah,
this is gonna be an alley type, so it's gonna be a valley, not a crown. And I just think 3 foot long, and they're slippery as all get out there, they don't stay in place. I think our interest about that field has failed terribly. That, we should concrete or whatever, paint that whole thing again, because, it's bumpy, bright, and tripping hazard, and everything else, so I'm done with bricks.
I understand that, and it's agree with you, as Alan said. I mean, one of the concerns is that those are permeable, so they allow the stormwater to enter, and concrete or asphalt will not do that.
Well, maybe there's some other alternative, but I get the but there's a limit to where we're protecting or providing permeable surfaces, and I don't know how much that some of that runoff's going straight into the storm drain, right?
Well, this is the reason why we want permeable pavers, because they filter the water before it gets to Little Creek.
Okay, well, I'm still saying, I think that it's problematic, I just.
It's worth a discussion. My hope was, because it's not where the tire tracks are, that they might not shift as much.
Well, on the sidewalks issue. The other thing is, there was a, kind of a freaking reference to the tunnel. So remaining, but it dawned on me that we are going to be doing the semi construction right over the Willow Creek culvert. And I don't know how well that's been thought through, or that you can have any report which shows falling, with a few other things going on there. I don't know what.
Yeah.
What they might run into when they start clearing
Yeah.
up, what they're saying.
Good point.
So,
It's certainly not budgeted as part of this project, the replacement.
I'm not suggesting it has to be budgeted, but I just think replaced, but there may be some heavy equipment that has to be done with much. Those are some of my concerns.
No, that's great. And those are the types of things I think water. All right, so, as Ellen steps away, I just need to tell you all a funny story, and then Aaron, I promise everything for free. We have a new sign for the double day parking lot that, it has taken us a long time to get designed and ordered and fabricated. And it was made in Pennsylvania, and it came from Pennsylvania to Pennsylvania, and it was on its way to Cooperstown, and somehow inadvertently, it ended up in Canada. So it is now contraband, because it went into Canada without papers, and it can't get it back.
It's so funny.
It can't come back into the United States, because it doesn't have documentation. For the passport. So they are making us a new sign, which was supposed to be here today. I did not check to see if it actually arrived. But the whole thing has been just a comedy of errors.
This is it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a terrible issue.
It was literally smuggled.
They use that word.
Smuggled into Canada, because it went into Canada without its
Documentation papers.
So who was saying that? That it was smart, is it the
United States government, I suppose.
customs?
I think it's the Canadian government, but
Oh, good, well, they are.
yeah. So anyway, we're getting a new sign. We had hoped to have it up for this weekend. I think we can still make that, but it is kind of funny. And I'm just good for Mr. Nuns here, because Richard also thinks that should be.
I gave them that story. What do you think? I went over there and told them about it. I thought it was great. Where is it going?
I don't know. All right, so finally, under trees, Aaron's tree. So as Aaron had said, this has been an ongoing discussion about the relationship between the driveway and the tree. The tree committee did go out and look at it. It was part of our tree inventory at the time. It was determined to be in good condition. The tree committee determined it was still in good condition. Typically don't remove trees that are in good condition. So this is the streets committee's recommendation for discussion. And that is, given the issues that Aaron is having with the driveway and the fact that the driveway needs to be regraded, she could remove the tree at her own expense, replant a tree somewhere near your home to replace it. And ensure that the work that needs to be done to regrade the driveway, this is an important point, needs to meet Americans with Disability Act standards in terms of slope. Because the driveway regrading is gonna change the topography there. So the sidewalk needs to be able to meet those ADA standards as it comes from both directions and so really cross slope and driveway slope. So that was our committee's suggestion as a way to figure out how to get by this impasse regarding the tree.
May I ask a question? What, I'm looking at the photographs. The condition of the sidewalk, well on either side of the pavement, is in bad shape. And who's, are we suggesting that the property owner has to pay for the remediation of the sidewalk?
No, where the sidewalk is damaged, that is the village repairs sidewalks, but we don't want to go in and make the repairs until after the driveway work is done. Because we need to meet the grade.
So.
But this
So
is,
that would be a pitch from a distance then, that you have ADA an inch from right.
yeah, to make
Change
sure,
that way.
right, to make sure that it's not too steep to get it.
So that would get it down to the level you need at your driveway to be able to get off the street. Is that the what we're talking about? Okay. So, but where again, how much of that is the property owners? We're just reinstalling the sidewalk. Why would that be entirely our expense?
Why wouldn't you? The sidewalk work, where the sidewalk is damaged, is part
Right, but the sidewalk is. The sidewalk is, right, so why aren't we making it so we're, at our expense, would be ADA compliance? So,
It's difficult for us to repair that section of sidewalk until if that tree comes out and the driveway slope for trees to change. Then what we do, it really has to wait until after that work has been completed.
right, but what I'm trying to do is segregate what you're gonna pay for, or what we're gonna pay for, so if. The tree is gonna be removed at your expense, hypothetically. The tree's gone. Then the village is gonna come in.
No. And she's gonna do the driveway work,
And she's going to put the slope that she would like on her driveway.
which is the whole reason that the tree is the problem.
But that's gonna have to be done in tandem with our design, I mean, I was,
Yeah, we have to work together on.
okay. Let me, so we had this conversation, I'm just going to have it again. If the tree is, if the driveway is excavated and regraded. And the tree is partially, this happens all the time, roots are severed from part of the tree. Doesn't necessarily kill the tree. So my question is, do we have to go to the expense of removing, or do you have to go to the expense of removing the tree? Rather, you would become responsible for the condition of the tree if it died. So it's kind of a risk assessment. That you would leave the tree, you would do your driveway, you would cut the roots. That would be at all your expense, the sidewalk would be redone, and then the tree's happy. Or the tree dies, or one of the two things. I just think if we say this is a specimen tree, and we don't want to lose it, I think saying, here, knock yourself out, cut it down, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, maybe this is.
I think both your contractors as well as the village, when we looked at it, are very concerned that the work that needs to be done will not be.
And the tree, see.
Yeah, right, I mean, I think Aaron's contractors,
The tree is humongous, 250 years old, and it's growing in a 3 foot by 3 foot space. I understand the tree is healthy, but nothing around it is healthy. the sidewalks are crumbling, my driveway is crumbling. I don't think this is a good solution.
So are you, hearing this? What happened for the discussion, what does this sound like to you?
It sounds like we're putting the responsibility to pay in my lap. But after 2 years of being told I can't take the tree down, now it's you can take it down, but it's at your expense. I've been told for 2 years I can't take the tree down, and now it's all of a sudden, now you can, but you have to pay for it. The village owns the tree, the village owns the property that it's on, the village is responsible for the sidewalks that are running. And I would take it so far as to say the village is soon going to become responsible for the damage to my vehicles because of this conundrum.
I don't know what to say. The tree is a village tree. You're absolutely right about that. And as a tree, it is a healthy tree.
Is that the only thing we consider? Do we consider the health of everything else around the tree? Or is it just the tree?
I mean, certainly we have to pay attention to the condition of the sidewalk. And you've demonstrated that the sidewalk needs to be replaced. I'm not sure that in recent years, the tree has had a particularly different effect on your driveway. In other words, I don't know that the tree has changed the pitch of your driveway substantially.
You can see it in person.
I
The roots are uplifting, like I can see the veins of the roots under the asphalt of my tree. You can see the side of my driveway that the tree is growing on is 4 inches higher than the other side of the driveway. It is substantially visible, noticeable directly to the tree.
I don't know, for my part, I think it's an awful lot to put on the
An expensive tree.
It is an expensive tree to take down. I mean, the alternative, as Joe suggests, is that you can do the driveway work and we see what happens to the tree. But I don't know that that is a great solution.
Yeah, because it's the same thing could happen to the driveway.
Well, or it gets uprooted in the storm because it's all stagnant support.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one step, but I mean, I just think, you know, it is our. It is our value. At these street trees, and we now have a property owner who's. Have got some legitimate complaint of impairment on it. I don't see how we put that all on the property owner. I don't know if there's a compromise that can be used by any states. That's a lot.
So what are you suggesting, Joe?
I don't know, I mean, well, I need discussion, I've got all the answers. I could see splitting the cost or, I mean, I just,
But you have to have, when you say, I disagree with that, you have to have an alternative.
okay, so my alternative would be splitting. Between the property.
Split the cost of removing the tree?
Split the cost of removing the tree, that's what I would. Because I have some understanding of the conflicts we have. We are maintaining streets and we are a tree city. And we have a tension here. We have a property owner who's.
Well,
If we can agree or disagree or dispute with whatever the evidence that she's presented, but why spend time in those board meetings with those people?
I do agree with you on the concept of fix your driveway and see what happens. I don't like that. Because if we say that and we do that, we prove that, and that tree comes down, that's on us.
Right. It's a,
Completely on us. And it could be, seem to be an egregious mistake, which makes it even worse.
Right.
So if we're saying go fix your driveway and ignore the tree, we can't say that. So the next question is, does the tree come down? Or, no, what's the alternative? So the tree comes down. So who's responsible? You know, I'm telling you, I mean, Joe makes a persuasive argument.
Can I ask another question? I don't know, I mean, I'm assuming you want to re-asphalt your driveway.
I was willing to do something absolutely beautiful and expensive, but I'm not doing anything unless the tree is gone. Because this is gonna happen over and over again. In 15 years, I'm gonna have an uplifted driveway again. or in 10 years from having it. So if the tree comes down appropriately, not at my expense, I can put all that money towards favors.
Can I ask you to expand?
So, no, true.
I like the expansion of that answer. What exactly do you mean, something beautiful and expensive? Exactly what you're talking about, being like,
Like pavers,
what?
like pavers.
Okay.
But that's still debatable because I haven't moved on this project until. I mean, it's just been,
See, putting down crushed slate isn't gonna solve the problem. Like I was thinking that, because that's more pliable, but you're still gonna have.
and you're gonna
probably
face,
lumps.
look at what your sidewalks are doing. The sidewalk on the street to the main thoroughfare to the school, they're crumbling.
I am concerned about setting a precedent where everyone who has a tree near their driveway says, well, the village took it down for Aaron. They need to take it down for me. As I've said repeatedly, this is not an unhealthy tree. I don't know how old it is, but you can see from the picture, it is a significant tree. And I don't say that in terms of expense. I say that in terms of the fact that it is a significant tree as far as trees go.
Only understood, and I no means saying that we're gonna take it down entirely at our expense, so in terms of impressive, I think. Yeah, I don't know how many situations we're gonna run into like this. So I'm not concerned about the presidential impact. If it's a fair outcome, it's a fair outcome, and we want it even only. But I recognize this is gonna cost us something, but I still don't know. I think splitting the difference makes sense to me. And it's also huge. I love the tree to stay.
And
Is there any motion or recommendation?
I hate to see the tree go too, but I think I agree with Joe that, I mean, this is gonna be incredibly expensive. And.
Well, it tests everybody will have skin in the game, right? The property owner is gonna have to put a considerable sum in the tree removal. And so will we, but I think that tempers the thinking on what should be money and how much you need.
All right, I think it's not like we discussed this long enough. I think at this point, the streets committee needs to get some prices, figure out if is this a $6,000 tree removal, in which case an agreement be worked out to split that. We're working with lack of information at this point, so gather more information and come
It's
back.
also important to know that the village would not take down a leafed tree, so none of this work would happen until winter. We always take down our trees in winter unless there's an emergency situation because.
I just asked, I'm sorry, I'm so unfamiliar, this has never happened to me before, but. Do we have any precedent where another property owner has had to pay for a tree to be removed from the village property?
I believe we do.
As it feels very. Like a compromise to ask me to not pay for the whole thing. But I just am very unclear on my responsibility to pay for something that's on the village's property.
I think it's because you've requested it be removed. The village would not have reason to remove it if it weren't for your request.
Even with my written letters to make about the property damage to the sidewalk and the threat to children's safety and my safety, that is not pertinent here.
Right, well, I'll give you an example of a precedent in this regard. At 24 Lake Street, property owner had in Lakefront Park a massive pine tree looming over his house. And he offered to pay the village the cost of removing it. The village accepted the offer, and at his expense, tree was removed from the village property. So this is so there's an example.
Is there any damage to his property?
Well, that was, I mean, the tree was pretty there.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I would just argue that here, this extends well beyond my property, the damage to this Terry's house. Is not just my property, this is village property that it's damaging.
And that's why this, in this part, the conflict, difficulty is that we have, trees are a village resource that we prize. And we have a lot of programs associated with Human Trees Village that benefits the village. So there's a tension between the programs, from safe streets to property owner access to the tree, and this, we're trying to put this together in a way that isn't going to lose.
I think replacing the tree is a brilliant idea with a nice sapling that's appropriate for a 3 foot by 3 foot space. But to continue to have a gigantic tree is.
We'll come back next month with more information, discussing it
But
further
anyway,
at
as we
this
said,
point.
it's not coming down until the winter.
Anyway, so we'll have a chance to resolve this. Is there anything else on streets committee?
I do not believe.
All right, motion to
Just you
accept
want-
Streets committee.
We have one more thing that Jess would like to say, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry, Jess.
No, I'm sorry, I was just inquiring about tomorrow morning, that was in streets, because I asked Jenna, just texted you.
I know nothing, so I don't.
Why have streets closed tomorrow?
That's that's something Destination Marketing has arranged. It was announced at Welcome Home Cooperstown and other events. It's for,
I just didn't know if the board needed a streets committee, because it wasn't, public safety thing.
Well, can you explain the event? I'm sorry, it's like.
it's, the Hall of Fame is having, reporters or whatever they are, newscasters from Fox there from 7 to 8 AM, and then at 8 AM, they're walking down Main Street going to Doubleday Cafe where the high school basketball team will be. And then, and they're going to the VFW Doubleday. They're going to various places across, and it became difficult for them logistically to do that with cars parked on the street. By 9:15, 9:30, everything will be opened up. So it's just early tomorrow morning.
So we need a motion, executive session, we need an action by.
I'm not sure that, per the, I guess the standing when we do any closures, like we're talking about Pine.
Yeah.
So it'll be temporary.
Mitch didn't say anything at streets.
So are we closing the street, or we just walk and bark?
We are closing the street from Hoffman Lane to.
Doubleday,
Doubleday.
parking lot entrance.
Yeah, Doubleday parking lot. So cars will be able to park, the post office, people will be able to get in that far. It's just that they will come out of the Hall of Fame, cross the street, meet people at the VFW, go down, cross back, go to Doubleday and Doubleday Cafe and Doubleday Field.
From my understanding, I don't believe our closure will last anywhere until 8 AM. At 8 AM, we should be 7 to 8. By 8:30, I'm sure it'll be all cleared.
No, I think,
It said 9?
Cass mentioned today
Oh,
that
okay.
it may be a little longer.
Okay, because yeah, the times that I was at is earlier to that, but. Yeah, by the time everything else, by the time paid parking starts, yeah, it'll be clear.
Well, paid parking wouldn't be
9.
until this weekend anyway, right?
Okay, I'm sorry, when I say that, I mean the 2 hour,
Oh, the-
like, our guys start at 9, yeah, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you, and I thought Mitch had worked out, or you two had, you discussed, you'll have that area blocked. Yeah.
So just wanted to make sure it wasn't forgotten, because I know this was a long meeting, but. Yeah.
It wasn't on the streets committee, but we certainly can approve that if need be at this point.
So are we closing the street between Hoffman and the Doubleday Field entrance?
Yes.
Yes,
And
temporarily by personnel between what hours of, I had 7 AM. Until 9, just to be able to play.
It actually, once they get over on to Doubleday.
Mhm. Traffic
It can be
should
open
be-
because they're
yeah.
not crossing the street anymore.
So I'll make a motion to close Main Street tomorrow, May 19th, from 7 AM to 9 AM between Hoffman Lane and the entrance to Dudley.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, that's perfect, thank you all. Anything else you need, let me know.
I emailed the fire department election. I don't know if you can all on your phones or whatever, look at that and we can approve that.
I'll make a motion to
There's a correct word.
certify the fire department 2026 election results.
Second by Molly, all in favor? Moving on. Oh, okay, so I had one question there. On the backside of your minutes, discussion was held on a complaint that was received regarding a section of the Pioneer Street sidewalk near Elm Street. Mr. Hojo stated that he went and looked at it and it's not bad. Portion of Elm Street sidewalk that is near the church.
It should be Pioneer Street.
That's what I was gonna say, we just paid to do
Yeah,
that.
no, it's okay.
Pioneer Street, okay, all right. Moving on. We have buildings committee. Minutes are pretty self-explanatory. There was an update on the historian's room. There's just a little bit of molding that is being done, a little more painting. And we just discussed, when could we have a little celebration with refreshments, and we're proposing having it on Monday. So our next board meeting is June 22nd at 6 p.m. So those who wanted could gather at 5 p.m. And for the opening of the history room. Let's see. Oh, there was discussion about our smoking and vaping law, and you have that in your packets. Those of you who've been on the board for a few years remember Lou Alstott was a trustee, and we went ahead and basically had no smoking in all of our public buildings. Signage went up, and it's been up, as someone said, we've had the signage in place for years, but it actually turned out that our sign law, or our smoke and vaping law, did not specify that. It does mention Village Hall and adjoining land, etc. So you can see the proposed changes in yellow. It includes our water treatment plant, where, as I say, the signage has been up for 9 years. Wastewater treatment plant, streets building, and fire hall. You can see in the minutes that Cindy has indicated that she feels that's problematic for the fire hall. And because there are some who smoke. I will point out, we also have 2 employees who smoke. They just don't do it on village, and they haven't done it on village property, even though they work at some of those facilities.
I do think when the law was passed, that language was intended to refer to public buildings. And that's why these workspaces were not included at the time.
And what is?
Except we did put up the no smoking in all those buildings.
I did not see any at the back of the fire hall. I did go to check.
It might not be there now. I do know I was chair of public safety at that time. And we would meet in the fire hall, and I saw the signage certainly then, so it did exist at one time.
Well, the question is, as we got this with our streets, when the signs don't match up with the law, to the building. Well, is there a problem? Is this
It's a health issue because there's some active firefighters who have, the smoke difficult.
But how is this affecting? How is this affecting them? I'm just trying to. if we're gonna formally change the law, I'd like there to be a reason for it. I'm not in favor of smoking.
Smoking is bad, good enough for you.
Yeah, smoking is bad.
Well, I'm not acknowledging this, but if employees smoke while at work implies that we're,
No, they may, but they have not. At least as far as I know, they are not doing it in the facility.
In the facility.
Yeah, because the signage has been up. This is almost like a, shall I say, a snafu. We did this, but we never correctly put this in the law. If you look at the rest, it's in village law, all the adjoining land at 22 Main, Doubleday Field grandstand, bleachers, spectator and player areas, sidewalks and adjacent, that's all in there. We do Main Street, Victoria Fair and Pine Boulevard. Also, all our parks are in there. And we do it everywhere, but these particular publicly owned buildings, whether public go in it all the time or not, I can't
Right,
tell.
so is there a smoking go on inside the village garage and inside the village fire hall? So this is.
It does go on the property.
On the
Right,
property, but not on the-
the discernment, so. If I hear two versions, one is it was intentional to exclude, and then there's another one that it was an oversight, we need to fix it.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with, can anybody here publicly walk into our fire hall? You all have keys? So I disagree that it's any more public than, or less public than the streets
Right,
garage.
so I'm saying there's no smoking in the building right now.
I've been told that it does occur and that I haven't seen the sign up, so. I think either we can't differentiate between this building, our parks, outdoors at Doubleday Field. And all these places, if we aren't, I'm not seeing how we don't regulate all the ones.
I'm not in favor of smoking, and I'm certainly not in favor of smoking inside any building.
Yeah.
I'm concerned if we have firefighters or workers who, and I don't know if they do this, but who normally smoke on property adjacent to said buildings and are now being pushed onto our neighbor's property. Because they presumably do have a smoke break, that's not a great solution either.
Mhm.
Do we have smoke breaks in our union agreements?
Our what?
Do we have smoke breaks in our union agreements?
I don't remember, no.
Well, you mentioned there's smoke breaks on this.
There's probably 15-minute breaks, because that's what's allowed, and what they do on their break week.
I think this is a solution in search of a problem.
Well, potentially, I will tell you, we have active firefighters who are concerned about the cigarette smoke. So these are volunteers who commit a great deal of time. And,
But are they smoking, are they concerned about smoking in the building, or people taking smoking breaks outside the building on the property?
it's not always occurring outside.
Yeah, and that's a clear problem. Yeah.
That is,
there are people who are complaining about other people smoking.
excuse me?
I'm trying to understand, there are people who are complaining about smoking that's going on.
It's not just a complaint. Some of these people have, asthma-like conditions that are really exacerbated by.
No, I understand, it's still, for whatever reason,
Yeah.
it's a valid complaint, but it's still, you have people who are in these buildings who are stating other people are smoking and it is affecting my health. Well, it doesn't matter if they're mental health or the physical health. Then we have to ban smoking in the buildings. What are we going, if the thought is, well, if you ban smoking, I'm out of here. Well, if we don't ban smoking, other people are out.
No, I agree with you. In the building, 1,000%. I'm concerned about the way the law is written. It's also the.
Well, we could make it less stringent, but we have in here all adjoining land at 22 Main Street, Doubleday Field, so it's all, we're doing all the land. We'd have to tweak that somehow. You know,
But we don't want to change anything for these buildings because these are much more widely used by the public. I'm.
Right.
So what do we, so is there a solution we should make it clear that we're banning smoking in the streets, garages and the.
what I know is that when Lou Alstott was here, that signage was up and it was up in all these buildings. And in fact, when I brought this up, there was an employee who said, oh, I thought, you know, those signs have been up. I didn't think we could do this for 10 years. And so I'm just trying to get conformity in our law, you know. You know, why don't we do this? Let's set a public hearing to discuss this at our next meeting. If we suddenly take out adjoining land for those, then you've made it less stringent. And so it, you know, it could go through.
What could be like, for example, the firewall, exclude small amount of land in the back of specific smoking area. Could we do that? So you can smoke here.
There are firefighter parking spaces exclusive to firefighters. I discussed that concept with the chief and he said, does that make you open then that if someone is at the water treatment plant, do they get to go outside and stand in a parking place? I would probably, yes, what you.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Or another, but you'd be out of the building, 100% out of the building.
Is that the key?
I think that is the others.
Yeah, so is there a motion to set a public hearing
Yeah.
for the June meeting to consider revisions to smoking and vaping? Audrey, second by Molly, all in favor? Any opposed? There's something else on buildings.
So I noticed that the elevator is out of service and.
It's working again now.
That's, yeah, it's got a mind of its own. All right, if there's no other questions, motion to accept the buildings committee report. Oh, I said that, okay. Treasurer's report, finance.
Yeah, there wasn't a second and a vote.
Oh, there was, I thought she did, and then second. Second, all in favor?
And first thing, we have to amend the budget. As per the sheet here. So, the motion, I'm not quite sure I'm reading it correctly. But as that we amend the budget to reflect the changes stated. A fund revenue, page 3, finding our capital project, $530,000. Wayfinding signage, $52,000, and then the balance of that, we change the A fund appropriations to reflect the same.
That is it. Second, all in favor? I just wanted, we all looked at this budget through 3 workshops, public hearing, and it wasn't until we were looking at the transfers that are gonna be made to reserves, from our budget, that I was like, wait a minute, I wasn't there.
Well, I mean, I will say that Christie has approached this a little differently than past treasurers have, which is fine. Because these expenditures were in.
The expenditures were, but you know how this was different, and the comptroller just spoke to this as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
For instance, if we say we're gonna pave Elm Street, we put it in the budget, so we have funded it with our taxpayer monies. Essentially, this is a wash through, we get the state aid, and it pays for the project. We got no state aid last year, so we had no, and we had no expenses, so it really wasn't in the budget proper as far as being funded by the taxpayers. So this totally, this line goes as it's noted under state aid, so that will be the way to compensate that.
Actually, I don't know where the appropriate place to raise this, I noticed that, that factory building is now back on the market and the contract for sale is no longer operating for the ceiling. If that's the case,
I'm sorry, what's good?
The.
217 Main Street.
so we still, and I know we talked about this before, but circumstances were given, but we have this grant, we have this.
And I've told you before, that $1 million grant is not site specific. I've been told that if someone else comes along and wants to do a project, we could use it for that. That's what I've been told by New York State.
For some other project entirely?
Not some other project. It would have to be one approved by Department of State, Restore New York funding. But I will say that there are people planning to still move forward with this project at this point.
Just a clarification, it could be another site that we could use this money, or it's only.
If something never goes through at 217 Main, it was written with 217 Main in mind, then yes, if there turned out to be some other building that needed to be then demolished, it could be utilized for that. I will say, we've all had our experience now on New York State changing the location. We lost a $250,000 grant because they did not approve the location change. So that, can I tell you that, yes, we have this no matter what? No, I cannot. That's always up to the granting agency.
One thing I would worry about.
Are we going on with finance right now?
Yes, it's not finance thing, but
What was it on the agenda? I'm sorry.
no, it's not on the agenda, but it's in finance. What I'm concerned about is the proprietor of the property now has an inherent value associated with the property, this $1 million land, and I don't know how that'll affect future business plans for that property. Because basically he can say, you know what, I got $1 million for you, so you can now make $2 million on the property or whatever. I find it really awkward that we've got this money in this set of circumstances. I don't know.
Before we even got that grant, Joe, the price for that property was set.
Understood, but that.
And that has not changed. What has changed is they haven't closed on it.
No, what's changed is the property's not on the market.
No, those signs are gonna put multi-hundred.
Yeah.
No, but I'm told that it's not the signs, it's not those local signs, it's the point is that the property, could be wrong, but I was told by a realtor that the property is on the market.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't see how that state grant can limit the price you can charge for that property.
How it can what?
Limit the price he can charge for that property and what's fair value. So it's just, it's like the property is unfortunately in a model in terms of the village's interest in getting property redeveloped. No, that's what you said.
I would concur. It's unfortunate that all the state funding hasn't come through on that. So are we proceeding?
I haven't started.
You did the amendment of the budget. That was the most important thing, Richard.
Well, no, we have Moody's rating came out. And I'm not sure I understand the rating system for governments, but it's an AA3, which is supposedly the highest or next highest rating for government in terms of bond rating, i.e. we have favorable borrowing status.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good status.
Obviously, Mark needs it for you, have a sign.
Oh, no, I have a client who's sitting in the lake. And he wants me to show up.
Okay, then we have, transfer to year-end funds to transfer from, active funds to reserve funds on offensive consent agreement, on Moody's agreement.
So we're not doing this as a consent agenda, are we pulling things? I'm confused.
Yeah, you can just do a consent.
I thought we were.
He just said consent agenda.
No, I did not.
No, we haven't.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. I move consent agreement for the following: 12 Manape LoSAP, bank reconciliation, sales tax, amended budget, transfer funds, movie rating, invoice from Epic Landscaping, invoice from Angel Construction, all these are in here. Invoice from National Housing Preservation Commission, invoice from Salt Spring Sanitation, invoice from ATI, invoice from Blend Magic. That is accounts payable, roof pictures, abstract statements of revenue, purchase orders, and balance sheet from account payable and exchange transfers as we just played it. I move the consent agenda.
Second by Audrey, all in favor?
Okay, personnel, there was no, executive sessions held. I don't know if we're going to get very down.
No, but you need to
I'm
do
gonna
like
read
that.
Consent agreement for personnel, overtime analysis, leave analysis, change transaction inquiry, approved conference and training requests, and new employee status changes. Matthew Perino, seasonal labor, 18.25 an hour. Max Pelser, oh my God, I want to. 17.50 an hour. Lincoln D. Lorenzo, 3 Mile caretaker, 3,900 per season. Howard D. Lorenzo, 3 Mile caretaker, 3,900 season. And I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, and loan by FD. Seasonal parking enforcement officer, 1775.
All right,
So-
motion made, second by Molly, all in favor?
All right. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Motion to accept the finance report, and George, second by Molly, all in favor? Welcome home Cooperstown. We're meeting a little early this month, but, our welcome home Cooperstown will be June 2nd. It's featuring, youth groups. There will be materials that will be going in the time capsule. The decision has been made to do the bearing of the time capsule at the July 7th, 2026, Welcome Home Cooperstown. But key for June 2nd is we all approved that the village board would, do the refreshments. So I just want to remind you that, let's see, July 2024, we did hamburgers, salads, chips. We didn't get our name in quickly enough in 2025. The only date that was left was November 2025, and the board agreed that most of us weren't going to be here or something, and that we would just hire Mel's, which we did,
Oh, right.
and provided food. So we've done it both ways. The option's open. What do you want to do for June 2nd?
Really liked the hamburger and hot dog.
I totally did too. Is that the sense?
That's fine.
That means we need probably hands on deck, et cetera, and purchase. All right. So, and that would,
Apologize, I would be out. In the city or something.
okay.
Issues.
All right. So that is that.
And the pride flag, you want to mention?
And the pride flag, oh yeah, that was on buildings. The pride flag, unfortunately, there's like several, school functions on the evening of June 2nd, Tuesday, June 2nd. So the Identity Alliance might have a few people here, but most likely not. So the pride flag raising will be at 4:30.
On
June
June 2nd?
Yeah, and that information will be out there, but it is.
And did you say we're going to do something with the dedication, is the dedication of the history room the same day?
No, that's at our board meeting,
On the 22nd.
the 22nd. So instead of, if you want, you come at 5, and we'll look at them. Not structure. New York Forward, we've discussed that, and we will put out more info, make sure that's on our Facebook page. June 3rd, 5 to 7 is the New York Forward presentation by Passero up in the ballroom. Nothing really else there to report on. well, I should say Project Fairy Spring, at this point, each part has approved the Friends of the Parks activities. They didn't have to really approve it because it's in the town of Middlefield and not under their purview. But they have gone to the boards. So that is it for grants and projects. Moving forward, Parks Board.
Park Board, everything is opening up and Friends of the Park have been doing a lot of work, at Fairy Spring. We've had great cleanup. I think that we mentioned that the last time. The rig roll up happened. John Grant gave us an update on all the things that he's been doing with the parks. I think we're in pretty good shape. There was a mention about Pioneer Park and some of the little chairs have disappeared. I don't know what that's about or how people made off with them.
I don't think they necessarily disappeared. We found that some of those more cafe style, not the ones with the arms at all, break. So they have broken over the years because they have been in place, some of them 8 years, 9 years.
Okay. All right. So I guess there's the 3 Mile Park cleanup the day before or before Memorial Day. I don't know if that's happened.
I think they would do it today.
Yes, it was advertised on Facebook.
They did it today, okay. And I'm sorry I missed the donor reception on the 7th, but I understand it's really great. So that's all good. Summer staffing is a big issue. I did note that Lincoln and his sister are not at Fairy Spring as caretaker, which is what they originally indicated.
Yes, because we don't have
We really.
anybody for Fairy Springs or for 3 Miles, so we have to move them, yeah.
3 Mile is our most
I know.
used park. I
Right.
think, if you looked in your budget, there was almost like $11,000 there. You know, it's maybe 1,000, 1,500 at Fairy Spring. You know, Fairy Spring is our beloved park.
Right.
They're locals, but the use is in
It's
the
at 3 Miles, so it does make sense. I was just a little surprised to hear it. And I understand we only have 1 lifeguard at this point.
Yep, a couple of people have come in to grab applications, so there's potential for a few more. I just I don't have the paperwork, I don't have the application, so I can't say.
I will say, it was just at this conference and it was a ubiquitous complaint of anybody who had a park and needed lifeguards. We're just seeing, as I pointed out, when my daughters graduated, there were like 100 in a class. They're graduating 55, 56 now. So when you cut in half your school age class size, you just have a smaller pool to call from, pick from. I did wonder if we should try and increase, I know we did it.
I know, a little bit more.
It can't hurt.
That was suggested. There were some other suggestions too, that we pay up front for the certification. Are there even any certification courses though at this point?
Well,
That's what I keep saying online.
No, there was already one done during
Right.
April break,
They
so.
said that the sports center said that they would do it again, but we have to have 4 people take it.
But I don't see how I'm supposed to find 4 people to take it when I can't even find people that wanna apply, so I don't know how that would work.
Yeah. Did the Friends of the Parks have any takers on their certification funds?
I think they did.
They did, I mean, they paid everybody that took the certification. I have no idea who they were,
Right.
how many there were. So it's just, I don't know. It's difficult. So I have,
There's no guarantee that they would come and work for the village.
Perhaps they could provide the names to Jenna, so Jenna could. Well, that was the question I had for Susie and, we had a group email. Could we follow up with the people who actually did take the certification class, who were being supported in part by Friends of Park, and find out where they are with it?
I know the country club has 8, so I mean, that's like a huge number to me. Like they have 8. Like I said, there's so many parks in this short little
Right.
area, and I think that's a huge problem.
Right.
Baker's Beach pays $20. We have the country club, we have Glimmerglass, which is much higher, State Park. So just all this small area, we're trying to get lifeguards for all these places and it's just not working out.
Well, I think I said at the time, I do think it was a mistake for Friends of the Parks to pay for the certification course for individuals who were not planning to work at our.
Right, it should be contingent,
Right?
yeah, I think so too. There was something else I was. gonna
Is
say.
there any sense of increasing and advertising a higher, lifeguard rate?
Yes, I would be.
Yeah, that was suggested.
Yeah, so, okay.
Advertise some more.
I've seen here Max Pelser lifeguard 17.50 an hour. Is he returning
Yeah,
or
that's returning. Our starting is 16.50.
I say we add $2 to each level. I make that motion, second by Audrey, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
The summer schedule for the Lakefront Conference has been set, it all looks good. Randy Smith did a great job with the survey, as you know, for the parks, and we're looking at what actions we can take and what is already being done, so we have to come up with that sort of an action. Individual. And the dog park is, out there as a continued, project of interest, and my understanding is that the school board is going to be discussing this at their meeting.
Wednesday, the election is tomorrow, and then the board, the existing board meets Wednesday, as the new officers don't take place.
About the-
Next meeting. So, I think Gene, and part of our rules subcommittee, Gene's going to work, he's going to speak publicly, and I won't be saying. I just saying.
We'll say when I was in Minneapolis, we walked the dog at one of their dog parks, and it was an amazing dog. And it is truly a park with trails. And a big area, of course.
So dogs on leads in that area.
Well, they were all-
Oh, that's, my dog wouldn't stay around.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, so that's about it. I don't know if there's anything
Any
else.
questions?
I'm just gonna say that, so we're not gonna open the parks, obviously, for swimming this weekend as
Right, we can't.
planned. So just know that, and I do have a couple interested people in caretakers, so I'll get with you.
Spring.
Oh, no, for 3 Mile, so that we can move them back to Ferry Spring
Oh,
potentially
okay.
is what their hope was. So I'll keep you updated if I get paperwork.
And I did hear, I don't know if it was in the email, from Susie, some of the concerns that caretakers have, particularly at 3 Mile. With, families coming, probably baseball families coming in, maybe not following rules, and it's harder for the caretakers to sort of, and the lifeguards to corral.
To enforce the
Yeah.
rules.
Yeah,
What rules do they violate with the concern?
that I don't know, I'm sorry. But that
I
was
mean, that's
just
only
data
the
that-
police force for. It's not the caretaker's job to act as an enforcement agent.
The lifeguards, maybe they're not paying attention to the lifeguards.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Things like running on the docks.
yeah.
That's been my observation.
Well, yeah. I think,
What happens when lifeguards say, don't do that, and sort of, do that? Well, then that needs to be reported, and they need to be asked to, they need to be escorted off the property. That's not it.
They do have that resource.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that, and I don't ever remember sort of the caretaker and the lifeguards not being able to.
well, that, I don't know where I read it now, I think it was today in an email, did you see it? So I do think, I don't know what kind of orientation or seasonal staff that's training, but, we need to make sure that they're doing, especially the caretakers. Taking fees, et cetera, meeting people, letting them know about the rules and what they should do and what shouldn't.
Are there people evading the fees?
I think it was more caretakers maybe weren't always coming out to coach. I think that was an issue at Ferry Spring.
That's pretty serious.
The Ferry Spring is really more the residence park, isn't it?
It was real, I think 90%, if you look at the attendance statistics, yeah, they are having to pay a fee. They're either Middlefield or village residents. Right. Motion to accept Parks Joint Report, Molly, second by George, all in favor? Anything you want to say, community environment?
I will just note there were a lot of ideas here about what to do for the soil and water mini grant. We decided, because we had to decide on something, to put in a project to get seeds that are for monarch butterfly and pollinator gardens. And like we heard in 3 days that we were successful with our mini grant. So, with the board's permission, we can order those seeds and maybe they'll even be here for June 2nd.
When we get this mini grant from?
The
Soil and Water District, Otsego County Soil and Water.
Oh, okay, wasn't the state, though.
No. It's it's a mini grant, it's $1,000.
$1,000. So if you
None
all.
of us getting anything out of that, you know.
That was very exciting. So with your own permission, I will go ahead and figure out how we order those and have the office do it. And maybe we'll have it for June 2nd.
All right, motion to accept the community environment report. One by George, second by Molly, all in favor? We have water and sewer board, and we have one action item.
We have an action item for, relief from payment of the sewer force, a leak, by a property owner and the, it was a good presentation by the property owner of, what transpired, basically a leak into the basement. Water didn't make its way to the sewer system, and so the recommendation is for the, to the board of trustees, forgive the, or adjust the sewer portion of the bill to reflect the previous quarter's usage.
So what is this board house?
Motion,
Seems simple, correct?
Okay.
motion made, second by Cindy, all in favor?
The only other thing I want to mention is that for quite some time, this overlaps with the watershed committee. We have scheduled a digging of the water line. They'll take place on May 31st, at 8:30 in the morning. It's an interesting process. We want to see how your work. Basically, they're going to fill up all this wide tanks and then shut down the system, open up the valve, put in a device that looks like a big siren for the board with brushes on it. That's the diameter of the intake pipe, and turn on the pumps in the reverse direction and lock the thing up as it spins or flees. If they accumulate on the inside the pipe, and then the dive team will be out in the middle of the lake. They're not going to shoot out, they'll be capturing samples of whatever degree, is ejected. So it's going to be done in cooperation with the dive team, BFS, and all. So we'll get some good, hopefully some good data for that. I think, according to the fellows at the sewer treatment plant, they've been, we're in compliance with everything we need to be in compliance, but the, they were having difficulty with the open pilot system, which is turned out to be the season to do a final treatment of the one before the church to the river. And the bar screen, this is a device in the first part of the treatment plant that operates with great frequency around the clock, and it takes the debris that is wipes and other things that can't make their way through the treatment process, but they clog the machinery, they break the machinery. So even as we're trying to remove them, it's highly problematic. So those wipes, yes, are favorite voices said, don't throw your wipes out of the sources. And I think that's.
Did you share the good news about the rating for our?
I was gonna say, I think the most important thing is the rating. We've been working on that for a very long time. Just to give people an understanding of the scoring system, prior to the upgrade of our plant, we were a 53. suddenly we completed the, plan, and just the way they score these things, we were a 76. If you're a 75 or lower, you're a grade 3. If you're a 76, 1 point, you're a grade 4. And it's a whole different certification and licensing level. At the time that occurred, the DEC worked with our operator, who was a grade 3, and give him credit, because he had sort of been working at something they now classified as grade 4, and he got his grade 4. That was Jared Hotel, and then he left. If you recall, we've been paying a monthly contract with him because we needed a grade 4. We have advertised, there were just no grade 4s out there. So we have been reclassified as a grade 3. That's very exciting news. We have more potential to fill the top spots.
Yeah.
Motion to accept water and sewer report.
So,
Watershed Supervisory Committee, everybody did get draft minutes emailed prior to the meeting. You might not have had the chance to read them, but hopefully you will. Upcoming meetings, we've mentioned numerous times, June 3rd, so I hope it's on your calendar. Breakfast with the board, June 22nd at 8, and regular board of trustees meeting at 6, but again, 5 p.m. for history group dedication. That's it. I will move to adjourn.
very good, unofficial, no. Justin Gray, David, of